Okay, so now we are streaming live on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm just setting up the live stream. Okay, we are now live on YouTube.
Can you share the link also on Facebook?
Sure. Also sharing it here.
So Subrata, for the first time in last 1 year, Ankit is hosting from his home city.
Home office, home city.
Home city, yes. Our only difference is I am at home and he is in office. So we are just 2 kilometers apart from each other. And Ankit, are you comfortable hosting it from here, or is it more comfortable from Germany?
No, it's pretty good here.
Dr. Firoz, can you hear us? Dr. Firoz? Oh, Kinnor!
Hi, how are you?
Good. Good to see you, Kinnor.
Hello.
You're looking very refreshed.
Yes, I try to.
Oh, hi, Kinnor.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Dr. Bhoi here from Bhubaneswar, India.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Bhoi.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bhoi.
Yes.
Dr. Bhoi, if you could just introduce yourself as the Chief Scientist and HOD of IIMT, if you could just introduce.
Yes. I am Dr. Bhagyadhar Bhoi. Bhagyadhar Bhoi, the Chief Scientist and Head of the Department, Advanced Material Technology, and CSIR, that is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research.
Yes.
Institute of IMMT, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, Bhubaneswar. So, yes, please. So, good afternoon to all of you, and I am very happy to meet you here in webinar.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And may I also welcome Mr. Devashish, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharjee. Dr. Devashish Bhattacharjee is Vice President, Technology and New Materials at Tata Steel. Dr. Bhattacharjee, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Bhattacharjee, absolutely loud and clear. And a warm welcome to this webinar on use of hydrogen as alternate fuel, where Tata Steel, I would say, is the pioneer, and the first initiatives in this regard was made by Tata Steel. If Subrata, you agree with me, most of the work which is done in India in this field.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Yes, same from my side.
Actually, I wanted to see you, sir. Please on the video. Please.
I'll do that. It's just I have some problem here. They're working on it. So I'll just put it on.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can see you and hear you very clearly. And thank you for your invitation. And it's a real pleasure and privilege to be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well.
Yeah, Mr. Castagnola, I have received your presentation, and also just a short note that we are scheduled to begin in another 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So does it help if I send over the presentation, or
if you can also present it yourself, and if you want, you can also send it to me and I can present it.
You're Ankit, I presume.
Yes.
I will send it to you straight away. There's plenty of time before my talk, so.
Yeah, I'll give you my personal email address. Sometimes it's faster there, so you can send it to me there.
Yeah, okay.
So we are waiting for Dr. Nawal. Pradeep, just follow up with Dr. Nawal's office. Dr. Nawal, once he joins, we can start because Mr. V.R. Sharma is there for a long time. He was the first to log in. So we are waiting for Dr. Nawal to join in and Mr. Saraswat also. So just follow up with Dr. Saraswat and Dr. Nawal. Unfortunately, Keynote, our Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Mr. Fagan Singh Kulaste, from yesterday, he's been admitted in a hospital with COVID positive. So since he has turned COVID positive and admitted in a hospital, he will not be able to join us. And he was admitted with fever initially, but then he was detected as COVID positive.
Right.
So let us pray for his quick recovery and hope he recovers.
Yes.
Very soon.
He's always with us whenever he's available and free.
Yeah, right. And a very active minister. So we need him back as soon as possible. So let's pray that he, recovers very soon.
Right.
Okay. So Dr. Nawal will join at 3:30. That means in another
couple of minutes.
Yeah. So let's wait for another couple of minutes. And Mr. V.R. Sharma, Dr. Bhattacharya, Firoz. Dr. Firoz, can you hear us? Sharma Sahab is already here. So Dr. Firoz, can you unmute yourself? We can't hear you. Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Firoz.
Good afternoon. Can you hear? Okay. You can hear me now. Right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Absolutely. Loud and clear. So, Dr. Saraswat, Pradeep, can you follow up with Dr. Saraswat's office? Dr. Firoz, namaskar, and good to see you after a long time.
Yeah. This is great to see everybody.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Firoz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Firoz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Firoz.
It's great to see you all.
Yeah, thanks.
So,
yeah, Dr. Nawal has joined. I am just promoting him to the panel.
Dr. Nawal, can you hear us?
Yes, very good afternoon.
Namaskar, Dr. Nawal.
Namaskar, Mr. Mukherjee.
Namaskar, sir.
Sharma ji. V.R. Sharma ji, good afternoon. कैसे हैं?
Good afternoon.
नमस्कार डॉक्टर साहब, बिल्कुल ठीक हो. नमस्कार भाई साहब, बिल्कुल everybody is fine. Thank you so much.
Firoz sahab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Mr. Mitra is also there. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chattopadhyay, Mr. Mukherjee, Ankit Mukherjee, Dr. Sinha, Dr. Saraswat.
Yeah, Dr. Saraswat is also. Dr. Saraswat, namaskar and good afternoon. Dr. Saraswat, can you hear us?
Yeah,
namaskar.
Yeah, good afternoon. Namaskar. I can hear all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. One unfortunate news is our Honorable Minister of State for Steel has suddenly turned COVID positive and has been admitted to a hospital. So he was having a slight fever. So Mr. Fagan Singh Kulaste, our Honorable Minister, will not be able to join because he is down with COVID positive and hospitalized.
Unfortunate, very unfortunate.
Let us all pray for his quick recovery.
Yeah, we pray for his quick recovery.
We do that.
So Ankit, since Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Nawal, Mr. V.R. Sharma, all of us, all of them are already here. Dr. Bhattacharya, can you hear us clearly? Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Yes, okay. Absolutely.
So I'll now hand over the floor to my son Ankit, who will take you through the introduction. Ankit, it's over to you.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you, Dad. So I'll just start with the webinar today. Good afternoon and warm welcome to all the panelists and attendees who have joined us today, and also to everyone who is watching our webinar on our live streams on YouTube. So we welcome you all to our second webinar of 2021 and the 22nd webinar since the pandemic began. Today's webinar is on the use of hydrogen as alternate fuel in iron and steel making for green steel production. It's jointly organized by Steel and Metallurgy and Hydrogen Association of India. So just a short introduction on today's topic. Hydrogen is a clean fuel that is being increasingly used in both transportation and power generation applications. Additionally, hydrogen is being explored as a means to decarbonize industrial processes that have struggled to reduce greenhouse gas emission, including chemical production, hydrogen as a heating source, and iron and steel production, which is what we are here to discuss today. So traditional iron ore reduction utilizes a chemical reaction between iron oxide and carbon monoxide sourced from heating coke in a blast furnace. Coke acts as a fuel as well as a reducing agent in the blast furnace, which forms carbon monoxide when burnt and reacts with the iron oxide to produce molten pig iron and carbon dioxide. Now, new production processes are exploring the use of hydrogen gas instead of coke. Hydrogen gas essentially reacts with iron ore in a similar fashion to carbon monoxide, but instead of producing CO2, the byproduct is water vapor. So when hydrogen is used in the process, when we are using hydrogen in this process, the steelmaking can become completely emission-free, creating what we would come to know as green steel. So, everyone will be talking much more on this topic today. And I would like to take a moment to welcome our gold sponsor, Keynote and Associates, and our steel sponsors, Calderes. A warm welcome as well to the chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Subhrata Mitra, ex-joint managing director, M.N. Dastur & Co. I would now introduce our panelists for today. Our first panelist is Mr. Subhrata Mitra, ex-joint managing director, M.N. Dastur & Co. Limited, and chief editorial advisor, Steel and Metallurgy. Our chief guest, Mr. Fagan Singh Kulaste, unfortunately, he will not be able to join us today because yesterday he was diagnosed with COVID and he is right now in the hospital. And on behalf of Steel and Metallurgy and the entire steel industry, we wish him a speedy recovery. Dr. V.K. Saraswat, member of Niti Aayog, Government of India. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. V.R. Sharma has joined us before on countless webinars, and he is the keynote speaker for today as well. Then we have Dr. Vinod Noval, Deputy Managing Director, JSW Steel Limited. Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Vice President, Technology and New Materials Business, Tata Steel Limited. Dr. Keynote Chattopadhyay, Associate Professor, Process Metallurgy Research Labs, Department of Material Science and Engineering, Faculty of Applied Science and Engineering, University of Toronto. Dr. Chattopadhyay is also our gold sponsor for today's event, and I had the pleasure of meeting him in person just a couple of days back. Next, we have Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director of SRTMI, Government of India. Dr. Shaumin Sinha, Quality and New Product Development, Director, Calderes. Calderes is also our steel sponsor for today's event. Then we have Mr. Fabrizio Pere, CEO, Danelli Centro Combustion. Dr. Bhagyadhar Bhoi, Chief Scientist and HOD, Advanced Materials Technology, CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, IMMT Bhubaneswar. Mr. Cristiano Castagnola, Senior Vice President, Iron Making Polworth. Dr. Joachim von Schiel, Director, Global Commercialization, Lind Technology, Lind PLC. Dr. A.S. Firoz, Strategist Climate Change. Thank you to all our sponsors and thanks to all the attendees as well for joining our webinar today. Before we proceed, I will just share a few short guidelines for smooth platform management during today's proceedings. So for all the numerous attendees who have joined us on Zoom to listen to our discussion today, we have a live Q&A section in Zoom, which can be accessed by all the panelists as well as the attendees. I would request everyone to post your questions and queries in the Q&A sections, which will then be visible to the panelists who can choose to either answer it live or directly in the chat. I would request all the panelists to keep their microphones muted when the other panelists are speaking to avoid noise feedback. And last but not the least, I would request all panelists to adhere to the time limit as given in the program to avoid any delays. Our session moderator for today's discussion will be my father, Mr. Nirmalia Mukherjee, editor, Steel and Metallurgy. And I would now request Chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Subhrata Mitra, to deliver his welcome address and take the session forward, followed by which we will have the national anthem. Over to you, Subhrata uncle.
Thank you, Ankit. Good afternoon to all the eminent panelists. It's an honor and privilege to have a galaxy of experts in their field with us today. Of course, we are sorry that our Minister of State for Steel could not attend. He is our regular contributor to these seminars, to these webinars. This is the 22nd webinar, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the last 1 year, which Steel and Metallurgy had been carrying out in the steel industry, various aspects of steel industry. So today's topic is definitely the most relevant: use of hydrogen as alternative fuel in iron and steel industry. In India, we are at the crossroad of both production in steel and making research, and we have to adhere to the climate change management. Means we have to manage our CO2 emission. So hydrogen, as we find out, as we know, is a fuel iron making, so to reduce the CO2 emission. So now we have in the galaxy of, I rarely find so many highly qualified doctorates and experts in the field in a webinar in one way. We have planning heads from the plant heads, the best operating plant, and the MDs and deputy MDs here. The research heads, Dr. Bhattacharya is there from Tata Steel. Keynote is there from his Ontario lab. CSIR, Dr. Bhoi is there. Then we have gas producers, Linda is there. And the process strategist, Dr. Feroz is there. So we hope to have a very lively and very value-added discussion. And instead of wasting time, I would straight away go into technology observation and something to discuss, which of course the panelists know very well. After the Second World War, of steel making through LD converter route, 9.5% pure oxygen paved the way of massive development of steel making. Now we are looking at another gas, hydrogen, iron making CO2. This is really, really, what should I say, a big quantum jump, quantum leap in the field of science. One or two things I would like to be discussed here, if the time permits and if the panelists agree. Hydrogen gas is self-combusting gas. So the history has I should not deter its use. Some bad example 100 years ago. So the issue we have to handle here is a adequate production of hydrogen for iron making, for the steel making use, DRI or iron, and safe storage and transportation of hydrogen. Another thing, India cannot shut down the blast furnaces. So the overlapping of blast furnace operation with coke, as well as converting it into hydrogen use, how this can be planned so that the steel production is not stopped, it goes on, and as well as the hydrogen is put into use for the iron production. So with this, I want to end this and once again, welcome and we throw open the virtual platform for discussions with the eminent panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subrata Mitra, Chairman of our organizing committee. So before I hand over to my father to start the session, I would request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Okay, let us rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, gentlemen. May I now request our guest of honor and theme speaker, who is now our chief guest as well, since Mr. Pankaj Singh Kulaste ji could not attend. So our chief guest and our guest of honor and theme speaker for today, whom I know, you knew he came for our previous refractory webinar also. I'm really grateful to Dr. Saraswat. The most knowledgeable person, I would say, is there in our think tank today. Government of India has chosen the right think tank, and none other than Dr. Saraswat could do justice on this subject. Hence, may I request Dr. V.K. Saraswat, member Niti Aayog, to address us and take us through the route of hydrogen steel making in the days to come. Dr. Saraswat, the floor is yours. Dr. Saraswat, you are muted. You have to unmute yourself. You are muted, Dr. Saraswat. You have to unmute, Dr. Saraswat. Just unmute yourself. Still muted. No, you are still muted. You have to unmute from the red button which is there at the corner. You have to just unmute that button. Now it's fine.
Now you can hear me? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Saraswat, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, right. So very good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to this webinar. I'm very grateful that one of the topics which is of great interest to me today is hydrogen economy, and role of hydrogen in the future steel making becomes one of the most important agenda item as part of the hydrogen economy program. Because if we want to look at carbon less society, take into account the fact that you have a mandate to fulfill with respect to the global warming, I think there's no other alternative but to switch over to cleaner fuels, and among them hydrogen stands out. So as the moderator was mentioning, we have a situation where hydrogen is going to be used for future steel production. But before that, we should see what is the status of hydrogen production in our country and where do we stand, because it will all depend upon whether hydrogen is going to be available at the reasonable cost, at the reasonable at the different locations and things like that, which will dictate the actual output of this initiative of greening the steel. So at present, the current global demand for hydrogen is about 70 million metric tons, most of which is being produced from fossil fuels, and 76% are from natural gas, about 23% which come from coal, and remaining from the electrolysis of water. Hydrogen production consumes 6% of the global natural gas and 2% of the global coal. And hydrogen derived from natural gas and coal causing 9 to 12 tons of carbon dioxide emissions for every ton of hydrogen produced. So that means that is the greatest disadvantage. Much of the hydrogen produced is used for oil refining, ammonia production, methanol production, steel production via DRI, which is at the moment just about 3%. Hydrogen production from natural gas without carbon capture, utilization and storage is the most economic method as on today, if you don't worry about the environment, because it is going to cost about $1 per kg. In Middle East, while the electrolysis of water is the most expensive one, even with the renewable energy cost available as on today. In India today, hydrogen is being commercially produced in the fertilizer industry, petroleum refining, chemical industries, and also as byproduct in the chlorine alkali industries. This is the kind of a situation. As I mentioned to you, there are a number of pathways of producing hydrogen, and some are carbon free and some are not carbon free. For example, all the carbon related energy source materials are natural gas, propane, biomass, coal, methane, etc., where you do reformation using carbon based fuels, and then you produce, you may do carbon sequestration to produce, and that gets some what we call as if you do a proper sequestration, you may get blue hydrogen, otherwise you will get gray hydrogen. Then you have other means where you can use renewable energy using wind, solar and hydro, and carry out electrolysis of water using, it is a carbon free source that gives you kind of green hydrogen. Then there's a nuclear route, of course, which is again, it has only one pollutant, which is in the form of nuclear waste. Otherwise, it gives you a very, very good green hydrogen. The main thing is the future, which is going to emerge, is the thermal dissociation through the solar thermal source, which is going to probably make this particular method of producing hydrogen as the most economic. Now, there is a major push for hydrogen. The drivers for renewed interest in hydrogen are basically because stronger push for limiting the carbon dioxide emissions, 10 years remaining in the global carbon budget to achieve about 1.5 degrees centigrade goal. And there are more than 66 countries that have announced net zero emissions by 2050. So that is the momentum, that is the interest. Then of course, there is a falling cost of renewables and hydrogen technologies. There has been 80% decrease in the global average renewable energy prices since last 10 years. Then there's a 55 times growth in the electrolysis capacity by about 2025, which we are likely to get as compared to what we had in 2015. And the indicators, what we are seeing in this are very clear, that we are seeing that there is a strategic push in the national roadmap, because 70% share of the global GDP linked to the hydrogen country roadmaps today. And 10 million, 20,000 target deployment of fuel cell vehicles announced in the energy materials in the countries like Japan and others. Industry alliances also are growing, where you have 60 members of the Hydrogen Council today. And even in India, we have Hydrogen Association and so on. And more than 30 plus major investments announced globally since last about 5 years, 2017, and particularly in the heavy duty and rail segment. The main problem today, if you look at hydrogen, is production in a cleaner form at a low cost. And I mentioned to you the number of processes. Besides that, there's a major problem of transmission, distribution, and storage. And you can have transmission through liquid hydrogen, you can have compressed gas, you can have piped hydrogen transfer, again compressed gas, and so on, and then take it to the site where you're going to use it from the site of production. Then you have, of course, the other carriers of hydrogen, which are very good carriers, like ammonia and methanol. They can be also used once you produce hydrogen, take carbon dioxide and produce methanol or ammonia or nitrogen, and then that could be a carrier for hydrogen. And then you can reform these to get hydrogen at the site. There's a third one, of course, is the grid power. The renewable power supported by the grid power with water electrolysis. So you can do that particular process locally and avoid the kind of transportation of hydrogen, and then you can carry out the balance of operations. So these are the various options available as far as hydrogen supply chain is concerned. But each one of them has got a cost factor. Because if you look at these different processes which I mentioned to you, there's a cost involved. And if I do a comparison of the cost, you will find that steam methane reforming will cost you about, give you a hydrogen at about 150 rupees a kg. If you take coal gasification, it will give you hydrogen at about 245 rupees a kg. If you take biomass gasification, it will cost about 258 rupees a kg. And biomass microbial, which is upcoming area, but it's costly 813. And the one which we are pitching for with the renewable energy using electrolyzers like alkaline electrolyzers and all that, even on today's cost, it is costing about 433 rupees per kg. So this is the kind of cost distribution. Why I'm giving these figures, because this will also indicate what will be the impact of all this as far as the economy of producing green steel is concerned. Now, if you take this as a major area, what is the cost of producing hydrogen from renewables and fossil fuels today? If you take average cost of solar installation at about $85 per megawatt hour, then the levelized cost of hydrogen comes to about $6.8 per kg. If you take another one, you take average cost of wind, which is about $55 per megawatt hour, then the levelized cost of hydrogen will be about $4. So if you go in this segregation, as I mentioned earlier, the cheapest comes out to be the steam methane reforming of natural gas with carbon capture and sequestration, which is almost of the order of, when that cost is about $3 per MMBTU, the levelized cost comes down to about $1.5. So you have to choose your pathway accordingly, and then that will make your process very, very, very economically viable or not so viable. In the years to come, I think from 2019 to 2050, there is a projection that renewable hydrogen, which is at the moment costing in the region of $4.5 to $5 per kg, will come down to as low as $1 by 2050 or so. And it will come in the same bracket in which today the global natural gas price ranges between $2 to $12 per MMBTU, which is coming in that region. This is the way it is going to happen, but the journey is too far off, because we have to make a tremendous technological growth in terms of improving the efficiency of the electrolyzers, in terms of reducing the cost of mass manufacturing of the fuels electrolyzers and things like that. So there's a significant amount of work to be done for us to reach that level of cost reduction. Now, all this is the background for you to have a view that yes, hydrogen can be done, hydrogen is available, but cost of production, cost of transportation, cost of storage, and its impact on the environment, if it is being produced, is very, very important before we can say that yes, we are really a green steel manufacturer. Now, looking at the impact of hydrogen on the green steel, the steel industry accounts for almost about 7% of the global carbon dioxide emissions, making it an urgent target for decarbonization, no doubt about it. And if we take that the steel industry is going to grow by 2030 at a rate of about 6%, it is important that we do the energy transition, and steel industry should be green. The International Energy Agency says that by 2050, steel produced from green hydrogen will total less than 10%. That is their projection as on today. Now, even more compelling is that the cost of green hydrogen as an average source would tack on 20 to 30% more to the cost of steel production in the early years. However, the scenario may change as soon as the hydrogen prices drop, and also we start pricing the carbon dioxide saving. If we start pricing like the carbon credits, if we are doing that, then it will directly have an impact on the cost of green steel. Now, what is the advantage if we have hydrogen? At best, injecting green hydrogen into a blast furnace and basic oxygen furnace route can reduce emissions by about 21%. Now, you take the hydrogen from electrolysis, and electrolysis is carried out using the grid electricity. That means you demand now more energy from the grid. That will actually increase the emissions of the BF-BOF route by about 36.9%, depending upon the grid emission intensity. You understand what I'm saying? Grid emission intensity is in producing that electricity, how much is the carbon dioxide you are putting into the atmosphere. So the initial estimates is without any change, it is going to cost increase by about 36.9. There are companies, of course, who have been saying that we will use green hydrogen once available, but at the moment we will go ahead with the gray hydrogen in the meantime. That means we are not worried about the global warming and things like that. We are only worried about that, yes, we are using hydrogen. Using gray hydrogen from natural gas reformation can reduce emissions by about 2.1%. Blue hydrogen can result in emission reduction similar to green hydrogen. Now, hydrogen BF steel should not be confused with hydrogen direct reduction of iron ore, which can indeed go down to a very low emissions and produce carbon neutral steel. Now, if you see there is a graph which has been plotted by, I think it has been done by McKinsey, if I have seen their report. It says that hydrogen-based steel production becomes lower cost than fossil fuel production with carbon capture and CCS if electricity is cheaper than $40 per megawatt hour. If it is cheaper than that, then hydrogen becomes based steel production becomes lower cost. Otherwise, if it is more than that, then even the DRI EAF process and both even the BF and BOF process with the CCS, all of them are the hydrogen process is costlier to them. So if you want to get zero carbon electricity and reach that level, then we have to really work towards reducing that kind of a cost. So $40 per megawatt hour, that is a figure you have to please keep in mind. So there is a major push now, enable the renewable energy system. If we have to really make it happen, then we should enable the large scale renewables integration and power generation. We have to do that and then distribute energy across sectors and regions. We can't have it localized. And make the existing plants as buffer for increasing the system resilience, because base load has to be still taken care of if you want a continued supply of energy for hydrogen production. Now, that will certainly help in decarbonizing the transportation, decarbonizing the steel production, and also building and heat power. This is the way the system can work. Now, I think what Mr. Mukherjee was telling, it's a very simple process. Technologically, I think the intricacies are not very high, besides, of course, some change of materials and things like that. The basic process still remains the same, where you take the iron ore pellets, and then you take hydrogen produced from the electrolysis of water, push it into your what is that called, DRI, and then the furnace, and then the DRI, then you can do the electric arc furnace and produce the steel. So the process remains same, what we are talking of today. But there are still some technologies, there are still some operating parameters which needs to be refined. And there are experiments which are being done in Sweden, where they are comparing the two routes in a big way, blast furnace route as well as the hybrid route. Hybrid route is one in which you use the iron ore pellets and put it into the furnace, and then put it in, make it a sponge iron, and then put another scrap in there, and go to the electric arc furnace and so on. So this is one route which is being followed, and they are trying to establish the economic viability and the process parameters in a big way. I don't know whether in India any of our centers are carrying out significant amount of R&D activity here. I'm not aware of that, but I would recommend, because there are a number of institutions present here who are into the game of steel making, that I think pilot scale plants should be initiated in this country to arrive at the most operating parameters and optimizing the whole process of hydrogen-based reduction of iron ore and producing steel. Now, main technology options are there, where you can use these integrated blast furnace route as we have seen today. R&D is needed in carbon capture and utilization, and of course, blast furnace use, electric arc steel production, hydrogen technologies. As you do from 100% carbon dioxide emissions to as low as about 20%, less than 20% emissions, you may reach, provided you do gradual implementation depending on technical, economic, and energy political feasibility. If you are able to do, then you will reach that level of CO2 emissions in this case. And it is said that if you take blast furnace and BOF route as 100% in terms of CO2 emissions, then if you will do the electrolysis using PEM and use the DRI and the EF route, you will touch about 20% carbon dioxide emission line. If this is done, this is the kind of a production. Now, if you say what is green and for what is the competitiveness through improvement of energy efficiency and breakthrough technology. Now, basically, you have to remain cost competitive. So you can't, if you are reaching hydrogen, that's the best we will reach on the long term. But I think there are short term and mid-term solutions available where you can reduce the impact of emissions and also achieve efficiency. So improvement of energy efficiency, improve by about 3% if you can bring down, then improve energy efficiency of current processes by heat recovery and reuse. You may have to invest something like $700 million by to improve energy efficiency via product gas combined cycle power plants, etc. So this is one possibility. Mid-term, you can have this can be done by development of new CO2 reduction steel processes where you can get a 6% reduction, where you develop innovative steel making processes, save energy with lower energy intensity per product, and energy savings for reheating step by connecting two separate processes and so on. And of course, hydrogen, as I mentioned to, where you can go for very high temperature reactor. And that if you do, you will get a fairly large amount of saving. But then that is a technology is to be developed. Green hydrogen prices are expected to become half over the next 10 years. For example, as I mentioned to you, 2020, we have about $4 per kilo, 4 euros per kg. Now it will become something like €1 per kg. That is a kind of projection where people are making. So the cost competitiveness assessment of hydrogen-based steel is only viable if the capex implications are excluded, as conventional steel production assets are largely written off. That is one part. However, capex requirement for the setup of pure hydrogen-based steel production, that is DRI plus EAF, in combination with the required hydrogen transport and storage is significant. That has to be considered when you really look at this as an option, that you are putting almost like a greenfield plant where you take care of everything and you write off your old plant and things like that. So in that, the capex is going to be very high. Then surging carbon dioxide prices and decreasing hydrogen prices are crucial to ensuring the economic viability of pure hydrogen-based steel production. The renewable electricity prices need to fall below a threshold of something like 2.3 rupees per kilowatt hour. Then you will have some respite. There are external factors that will shape the future development and time to adoption of green hydrogen-based steel. What are those factors? One is power supply. Green hydrogen-based steel creates a need for significant capacity increase in electricity derived from renewables. The total energy required to produce 2 million tons of hydrogen-based steel is about 8.8 terawatt hours. So you have to see how much is the expansion you have to do. Then hydrogen supply security. 2 million tons of hydrogen-based steel requires a green hydrogen to the extent of 144,000 tons. You can see the kind of production we have to plan. A capacity of 900 megawatt hour will be needed to produce this much amount of green hydrogen. That means that is the additional energy you have to add. Green hydrogen price is largely driven by renewable electricity, must decrease simultaneously to make the economics work, linking hydrogen supply security to importance of renewable power. Then there are certain issues with respect to raw materials. And where you have to switching production from BF-BOF to DRI-EF using hydrogen. Raw material changes are necessary and will especially increase demand for DR pellets. The security of DR supply in the case of massive switch to hydrogen-based steel production is uncertain and could also result in rising prices. Then, of course, the basic production technology for DRI and EF powered with natural gas is already established. Switching over to hydrogen process is technically feasible, but I think optimization is still required. A lot of cost is involved in doing the pilot scale and experimentation. And most important thing is the willingness for the customer to pay. Only if customers value carbon reduced neutral products and are willing to pay for decarbonization, this shift in production technologies can happen. Alternative to this would be a legislative intervention that takes the balance of benefits and extra cost into it. Who is going to absorb that? Because this is going to be a major factor. Then there are, of course, issues with respect to regulation. The economies of increasing the share of hydrogen-based steel are dependent on continuing political momentum for decarbonization via measures such as carbon dioxide pricing and carbon tax to avoid carbon leakage, and provision of startup capital and subsidies for initial investment to compensate for the capex requirement of the technological shift. So these are some of the challenges. I would put it this way, that iron and steel industry is responsible for about 4% anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions all over in Europe, and worldwide is about 9%. Replacing coal to hydrogen generated with renewable energy would make it possible to largely decarbonize the industry, but the cost and the price levels replacing coal with hydrogen would drive up the price of a ton of steel by about 1/3. That means 30% increase. This gap will likely narrow in the coming years due to the decreasing costs of renewable electricity, efficiency gains resulting from larger scale production of hydrogen, and optimization of hydrogen-based steel making process. And of course, as I mentioned to you, producing the required amount of hydrogen for full decarbonization of the steel industry would require an increase in the electricity production of the order of 20%, thus requiring a much more ambitious expansion of the renewable production. And in the switchover from coal to green hydrogen will have implications for the geospatial distribution of the global steel industry. Easy access to coal lead to implementation of new steel mills. With the transition to green hydrogen, the local availability of cheap renewable electricity or the existence of transport facilities for hydrogen will become an important aspect of steel industry's competitiveness. Clear recognition of hydrogen's cross-economy role with outlines for the scaling up use in transport industry. There will be a competition tomorrow. And commitment to update existing regulations to permit the safe use of hydrogen at high pressures across a number of end users. This is another regulatory requirement. Make in India policy supports to maximize domestic manufacturing content across all parts of the value chain, including joint ventures with multinational companies. I think this should be really harnessed so that we have the largest value addition as far as this segment is concerned. And most important thing is champion electrolyzer manufacturers and commercialization, realizing their suitability to the Indian market and significant potential for emissions reduction. That should be our main goal. We should really set up large-scale electrolyzer manufacturing facilities. Then only it will function. Significant increase in existing hydrogen R&D spending to support demonstration projects in the steel and power sector, as well as the commercialization of more mature technology. I mentioned to you, I think the steel industry, starting from sale down, will have to make investment in this area, both in R&D, pilot plants, optimization of parameters, transportation mechanisms, storage mechanisms, arrive at the most economically viable, safe options, and which will give you a cost-effective green steel solution. And for that, policies to create a guaranteed market for hydrogen technologies where they are not yet at cost parity with fossil fuel equivalents, for example, in the steel sector. That should be, there's some kind of a policy required. And meaningful engagement in international collaboration on developing hydrogen technologies, including mission innovation and clean energy minister. This is very, very important. Otherwise, you will continue to import many of these things, and that will have a direct impact on the economics and also the strategic dependence in these crucial sectors of steel production. So my request to all the participants and panelists is give an indigenous push to R&D with hydrogen, hydrogen production methods, hydrogen transportation methods, and steel making use of hydrogen as one of the major frontier R&D technology area. And that will certainly give you the strength to leapfrog as and when we are able to get hydrogen at the affordable price, which will make the green steel as competitive. Thank you very much and wish you all the best in the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. Thank you so much. And let us have a round of applause for the wonderful direction which Dr. Saraswat has given us. When I said Dr. Saraswat is, a part of the think tank which can do wonders for this country. That is why Dr. Saraswat is what Dr. Saraswat is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When you Google anywhere Dr. V.K. Saraswat, the first line which comes up is the missile man of India. The missile man of India, the target of a missile is always to hit the target right there. So he has done what the industry has been doing for quite some time, to find out cheaper products, cheaper ways and means of producing hydrogen, to find out transport and logistics. He addressed all these issues very effectively. So I would say, in fact, I remember when Dr. Saraswat came for our last refractory webinar, he addressed us there. He had gone into the depth of the subject there as well. He went into the understanding of the problems of refractory industry. Today, he has done the same. So kudos to Dr. Saraswat, who really goes into the depth to find out ways and means and come out with solutions. And I'm sure Dr. Noal and Mr. Sharma will have a few questions for Dr. Saraswat. Sharma Sahab, Noal Sahab, your questions, please.
Good.
To Dr. Saraswat.
Thank you very much. Dr. Saraswat ji, namaskar.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Yeah, thank you very much. We learned a lot from you. The only one question, how fast we can find out a support from Government of India to convert Indian coal into hydrogen. That is going to be game changer. Normally people feel that coal is a villain, but coal is not a villain in my view, because coal is a energy. It is like any other fossil fuel available in the world. But the usage is wrong as of now. Rightly said by you also earlier and Honorable Prime Minister many a times that coal is not unfriendly, but coal usage has to be made friendly by finding the right technology, how to gasify it, how to utilize the coal. And India is having so much of coal, 350 billion ton of coal. Sir, very recently we discussed with some of the Japanese companies and a company in Australia. They are working on converting coal into hydrogen and then liquefying it. As a steel mill, we do not need to liquefy the hydrogen. We can utilize hydrogen at high pressure to our DRI plant and to inject in our blast furnaces.
Absolutely.
And, we can put a turbocharger where we will be turbo generator, where we'll be reducing pressure and also generating electricity. Today also we are doing, when we make syngas, we make at 22 kg, 22 bar, and we need only a 2 bar to inject in our DRI kiln. And in this process, we generate about 18 megawatt of power, because when we reduce high pressure to low pressure. So sir, my question is only one. How fast we can think that either indigenized or imported technology, coal to hydrogen, can come in the country?
I think Dr. Sharma, you are fully aware of the programs which have been initiated, and now the government has given a major push by announcing in the budget hydrogen economy as one of the major area of our economic growth, in which the foremost push is to produce hydrogen using coal, because it has been recognized in our country that besides, of course, green hydrogen directly from electrolysis, which is one route which are going to follow, the coal-based hydrogen with carbon capture and utilization will be the other alternative, which will be competitive and which will also give us the strategic advantage because we have the natural coal available. In my opinion, with the Coal India's 4 plants coming up, out of the 2 will be in the direction of production of hydrogen. One is for methanol, and I think other one they are planning for some other chemical. So you will see that these 4 plants which are going to come under Coal India, 2 will be meeting the hydrogen requirement. So this is what I see in near future. Near future, I'm talking of next 5 to 7 years. It's not going to happen in tomorrow. It's kind of because these plants take time to set up. Second thing is the basic elements of hydrogen. As you mentioned rightly, that you don't have to liquefy for steel making. The main thing is wherever the hydrogen is produced, if I can pressurize it and then bring it to that level where the hydrogen to that location where hydrogen is being, where the steel is being produced, and then I can feed it to the DRI and things like that. It's a good option. But to reduce the dependence on the foreign agencies, I think we have to build the basic equipment in the country. And that one equipment is going to be the hydrogen compressors. Hydrogen compressors and hydrogen high pressure storage cylinders. These two major components should be manufactured in our country. Then only we will become cost competitive and also become self-reliant. So these two should be taken into account. Besides the technology of making steel with hydrogen, which you people are going to do it, I'm 100% certain, which will not be a major problem. I'm sure you will arrive at that. This should happen in near future. I see the visibility of hydrogen coming from coal in the next 5 to 6 years.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarfat. Now, Dr. Noel from JSW, Deputy Managing Director, JSW Steel, followed by Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Vice President, Tata Steel. Both of you, I would request you to ask what you expect from the think tank of India.
Dr. V.K. Saraswat, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Your input and your speech, everything is very elaborate and it has given a new dimension to us. But my question is, one, already Mr. V.R. Sharma has talked about coal to hydrogen, coal to coal. That is one. But Prime Minister has announced 300 million steel capacity by 2030-31. We have to go for, adding the capacity, then the requirement of the coal is going to be very, very high. And in India, we don't have coking coal reserves too much. We are depending on imports. So two things it can come. One, we have to focus on solar power and then convert into hydrogen. That we have a good source of that, and that is a really solution of the carbon. Second is whether we can develop on the agro-based hydrogen, agro-based products, and then we produce the hydrogen. Because the solution is there, it will not as easy or that early, but unless until it is a cost effective, then very difficult to produce the steel. And that 10 years is not very far actually to achieve the 300 million, but we have to take all the steps very, very fast. As you answered, coal to coke, coal to hydrogen may take 5-6 years, but other also we can work on that, where we can have storage capacity and we should have the transportation, technology for transportation. Parallelly, we should work, and government has to create more and more, investments and investment and initiatives has to be there. So we request your office has to give some, special clarity on this to the government, so that industry will be benefited, country will be benefited. Thank you, sir.
In fact, a very important point. The government of India has already launched the hydrogen mission, and in that certain investments are already identified, which covers the storage, transportation, pressurization, and things like that. All aspects and production. Touching on the points of alternate methods of producing hydrogen other than renewable and coal, like the biomass you mentioned, agriculture residue you mentioned. That's why I gave you that comparative cost figure of producing hydrogen from different sources. As on today, unless you go for biomass gasification using the thermal route, which is also, even then it is going to be costlier than the coal to hydrogen or the other one, because of the basic reason of the amount of energy available in the biomass. So you will have a problem of cost, but certainly when you look at distributed hydrogen production, I think the biomass or agriculture residue based hydrogen production will be a good option, and which will also be promoted as part of one of the routes for manufacturing hydrogen, because that will help you in meeting the local requirements. I fully agree with you that government has to put in certain policy initiatives, which I also mentioned in my presentation, to support this whole process of promoting the hydrogen economy into different sectors, both in terms of incentivizing research, subsidizing the kind of capex requirements which will come in transforming the steel industry from version A to version B, and so on. So variety of things have to be done because there are no free lunches. I want to tell you, a technology transition of this class is not going to be without investments. It is not going to be that you are not going to put in money. You need to really be ready. That's why I gave you a figure that if you are going to for a greenfield plant and you are writing off your present infrastructure of BF and BOF and all that and DRA, you are going to have serious capex requirement. But we should find ways and means of doing. Second thing is your transition to hydrogen cannot be overnight. That's why I gave you 3 strategies for switching over to different energy efficiency methods of reaching that level of cost effectiveness and carbon dioxide reduction through the energy improvement into the steel making process. And most important, there is the carbon capture and utilization technology to be implemented in every steel plant. If you can do that, then the impact, why are we doing green? Because we want to reduce CO2. Now, if I can take your CO2 from a bulk, a steel plant is a bulk producer of CO2. If I can capture it and I can convert into useful products, including CO2 to hydrogen, then why not? That is the kind of area in which we have to pitch in our investment and research as a midterm goal. And finally, of course, reach the green hydrogen goal and reach that, as I mentioned to you, by the time the price of levelized cost of hydrogen will come down. So my request to the steel industry is introduce as early as possible these CCU methods. And for that, I've already started a program with IIT Delhi for developing the necessary technologies, elements for that. And if the industry can also pitch in with that, it will be a great effort.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. Now from Tata Steel, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Vice President Technology and New Materials Business. Dr. Bhattacharya.
Hello, thank you.
Because Tata Steel is one producer which has done a lot of work in this field. So that is why I wanted
Sure.
Tata Steel's views on this.
No, not my views. It is a great pleasure and honor to listen to Dr. Saraswat, and he has outlined the entire gamut of the difficulties and the possible solutions in going towards the green hydrogen economy. So, sir, it was a pleasure and honor to listen to you, and a lot of directions came out of that. A lot of my questions have already been asked. I have just one question to ask you, maybe a clarification, which is, if you've mentioned that this is a difficult transition. It's a discontinuous change in the steel industry. Such scale of transition, if you look at worldwide, in Europe or Japan or Korea, this is done in consortium. It's a national issue. It's a national issue of the sector. So such solutions are found in consortium, and the consortium is enabled by government help, right? And you've mentioned about IIT Delhi, you've mentioned about subsidies. So, but just by ideally may not be sufficient. We need to have probably national scale, large scale consortiums built around a government initiative. Any thoughts on that? Any initiatives in that direction?
As part of our thinking in NITI Aayog, we are suggesting, it is still in the work in progress because the document is yet to get ready, but I'm just giving an indication. We are suggesting that all the pilot scale plants, any industry is willing to pitch in with that, where you can go for energy improvement or CCU or hydrogen, directly to hydrogen based reduction and getting steel using the renewable energy. I think they should be partially funded by the government so that there is a certain amount of risk mitigation and certain amount of offsetting the load of capex as far as the industry is concerned. That is one. Second thing is all the major R&D projects which are needed for optimization of the processes. There again, the industry should be pitched in with certain percentage coming from them and majority of it going from the government and the academic institutions. This kind of a consortia approach both for R&D and pilot scale production will lay the strong foundation for the transition which we are talking about. Of course, industry will come in a big way for doing the indigenization of the aggregates for the hydrogen economy. As I mentioned to you, compressor. You know, only there are 4 companies in the world who manufacture hydrogen compressors. And you could be really choked if you don't have that technology here. And it will become a strategic importance. So it is imperative that some of the industry partners will come. And same will be the story with the high pressure cylinders and things like that. So I think industry will pitch in and we should incentivize that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Case in
Sarfraz.
point is like the Scope 50 projects in Japan, or the the European projects, which are really large scale and are helped by in this manner.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sarfraz.
Thank you, Dr. Sarfraz. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, would you like to add something to this? Dr. Mukesh Kumar is Director, Steel Research and Technology Mission of India, which is under the aegis of Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Dr. Mukesh Kumar.
Good afternoon, sir. And you have highlighted all the important points which is required moving towards the green.
Is my old friend.
Yes, sir. Sir, just I wanted to bring to your kind attention. You have told that government support is required for pilot project and R&D study. But you may be aware, sir, one study was done. If we want to put up a 200 tons per day DRI rotary kiln based project, that costs only 34 crore rupees or 35 crore rupees, sir. But if the similar plant is put up based on hydrogen, means DRI is producing through hydrogen, the cost of putting such a plant is around 700 crore rupees, sir. So it means around 20 times more than that. So most of the European countries, what they are doing is, instead of in addition to R&D and pilot projects, sir, they are supporting even capital investment also in large projects, sir. So do you think that, sir, with some recommendation from Niti Aayog, this will help in early realization of this roadmap, sir?
See, as on today, I can't commit on that part because we have not made this estimate that the kind of money is what you are talking of. As against 34 crores, it becomes 700 crores. So that first is the question mark. I have a question mark on that. Yeah. But yes, I take it for granted that your figures are correct and I will do that. When such huge investments are involved, certainly there is a possibility, but not in terms of grants or not in terms of direct investment, but it is a possibility in terms of arranging the kind of viability gap funding, low interest loans and things like that. Those are various means of supporting the industry to set up large scale plants. But those are details which can be worked out. But certainly I agree with you that there will be a requirement for mitigating the capex burden when you set up the green hydrogen based plants, because my presentation also talked about it and I fully endorse that. Government will have to pitch in.
Thank you very much, sir. Because I was talking only with reference to National Biofuel Policy 2018. Because in National Biofuel Policy 2018, for 2G bioethanol project, government is giving the viability gap funding to the tune of around 20%, sir. So, and what 700 crore rupees, I told, sir, it is only about DRI plus dedicated solar panel based power electricity generation system, sir. Okay. So this is the combined cost of both the things, sir. Okay. It is not the only cost of the DRI plant, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Would Mr. Pere like to add something to it? Because Danelli has recently supplied hydrogen-based furnace to a steel producer. Mr. Pere, Mr. Fabrizio Pere from Danelli. Mr. Pere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Good morning. Actually, good afternoon to everybody that is in India today. And thanks for inviting me to this conference. Actually, we are, as Danieli Centro Combustion, as you know, we have an office in India. Is Danieli Centro Combustion India is based in Pune. And in Italy, we are based in Genoa, the main office. We have been working on the hydrogen in the past couple of years, actually, and we have already developed our burners that is going to be used on reheating furnace. Of course, as was said before, what is important is to have the hydrogen also. So in this moment, what we are focusing as Danieli Centro Combustion is to the use of hydrogen through our components in reheating and heat return furnaces. I can show just you a few slides, if I can share my screen, just to give you some hint about what we do.
Do you want to do that now, or you want to do it at
No,
the time?
I can do when is my time. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, because otherwise, you know, our entire program schedule gets. I just wanted to ask you what kind of solutions you know, you recently supplied a hydrogen-based furnace to a supplier to a steel producer in Europe.
No, actually, we have to clarify this. I mean, all our burners, okay, using a reheating furnace are capable to work up to 25% of hydrogen mixed with CH4. We have developed a new burner that is going to be the Hydromab, okay, and we have already tested the burner in the full scale up to 60% of hydrogen, and we are finalizing our test within June for 100% of hydrogen. So we already did some tests, of course, for 100%, but now we have to characterize the flame partner, and to verify again all the emission relevant to CO2 and also NOx level. So as of today, what has been given to the market is something that can accept up to 25% and with extension to 60%. Of course, we need to have someone to provide the hydrogen to the plant. But in the next 2 months, we will be able also to reach the full capability with 100% hydrogen through our burners. So this is our contribution for the steel business.
And this order was for ThyssenKrupp, right?
Okay, we have several orders coming on. I mean, actually, we have a revamping in Italy where we are able to provide what we said. And we also have an order for ThyssenKrupp in Germany, in Duisburg, at the Brackhausen shop, where we are going to install 2 walking beam furnaces rated at 380 tons per hour for slab. And this is installed on the Ostrip mill in Brackhausen plant.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Cristiano, would you like to add anything to this or any suggestion to the Indian steel producers? Cristiano?
Yes. Namaskar to everybody.
Namaskar.
As India is mainly producing steel through integrated route, so blast furnace and BOF, I would suggest to focus on the use of hydrogen in the iron making rather than in downstream units where because of efficiency reason and cost reason. In iron making, you can replace costly energy sources like coke, while downstream you are replacing gases which are having a low specific cost. Obviously, there are also solutions that can, let's say, can help integrated steel producer to self-generate hydrogen, and I will explain them in my presentation, and also to use their byproduct gases instead of routing them to the power production, as is done today, to the generation of hydrogen, provided that storage of CO2 will be available. So it's also, as the Dr. Saraswat has already anticipated, it's also important to develop the capability to produce green power in order to let the integrated steel producer to drop the requirement of power production, internal power production. And second, also to develop carbon storage and utilization routes in India, maybe with the enhanced coal bed methane recovery. You have the large cold fields which can be used for storage of CO2 also, and these can become the, let's say, the enablers for the steel making, the steel producers to have a cost-effective and quicker hydrogen generation at reasonable cost.
Thank you, Cristiano. Joachim, would you like to add, as a producer of gases, what is your view? Joachim von Schily from Linde. Joachim? Joachim, are you audible? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Joachim von Schily, am I audible? Joachim, are you there? Okay, I think. Keynote, would you like to add anything? Dr. Keynote Chattopadhyay, Keynote, you can add.
Oh, well, I mean, it was very informative session. I think I learned a lot as an academic. So this is always good to attend these sessions. And I think what I also noticed that like many steel plants, they still have the integrated route prevalent, right? So we can't just scrap them, right? So I think the thing that the ability to use hydrogen in the traditional blast furnace, I think that's going to be a very critical thing in the near term, because of course pilot plant and those are very interesting things which will happen maybe in the near future. But like if today I want to cut my CO2 footprint, I think injecting hydrogen in the current blast furnaces is also going to be a critical thing. And I think that's also the general consensus of most integrated steel producers, right? So I think that's something to watch for.
Thank you, Keynote. Thank you, Dr. Keynote Chattopadhyay. Now we'll get back to our keynote address by Mr. V.R. Sharma. Sharma sir, if you're there, the floor is all yours. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO.
Gentlemen, can I interrupt? May I take leave? I have some more commitments. If you don't mind, I may not be able to continue with you for your further discussions. I may be excused.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us, for giving us so much time. We are really grateful.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we
look forward all the best to the webinar. Yeah.
We look forward to your blessings in the days to come, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very much, my friends. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. This is a very good webinar, and we have chosen a right topic as to how to use hydrogen or how to minimize the overall CO2 footprint when making steel or making power or anything else. So today we are running India's first coal to gas plant. There is coal gasification, that is syngas. It is not a producer gas, it is syngas, synthesis gas, where the hydrogen is 58 to 60% and carbon monoxide is 28%. Rest all is CH4, that is methane and nitrogen. This is the first plant in the world producing DRI. We are running at a level about 225 ton per hour of DRI manufacturing. We use local domestically make pellets. These are not high grade pellets. These are the normal pellets with 63 to 64% Fe contents. And we are getting metallization about 91, 92%, and the total Fe is about 82%. So this is a new development in the world, how to utilize coal to syngas and syngas to overall DRI manufacturing. We are also injecting about 40% of coke oven gas in our DRI manufacturing. The first time in the world any company has clubbed these two things together or individually or together, that is syngas and coke oven gas. Nobody has tried earlier to produce DRI through coke oven gas, what we are producing now with the help of syngas. So in times to come, we want to convert this syngas into hydrogen. We are already working with some of the Japanese companies, and we'll also invite if somebody else can also help us in getting the right technologists and right technological companies, those who can convert our coal, Indian highest coal, into hydrogen. We do not need to liquefy because we will produce something about say 20 to 25 bar, and then finally will reduce the pressure, and during reduction of the pressure we will be generating power with a reverse cycle, and finally we'll be utilizing the hydrogen into DRI and also into our blast furnace. So we intend to put up the hydrogen. These trials are now on the way. Maybe in next few weeks or maybe 2 months time, we'll be injecting hydrogen in the blast furnace. These are on technology, on process. This is how we are doing. And we have some of the experts available, those who handle the hydrogen, and we are working with them in a very, very close cooperation. We'll be in a position to inject hydrogen into blast furnaces. Then finally, we'll be looking the right technology as to how to inject hydrogen into electric arc furnace. And then finally, aim is to produce coal to hydrogen with the two different routes available today in the world. And we do not want to utilize water electrolysis method because we have adequate coal in India, and there is no use, there is no point utilizing electricity to produce hydrogen through water electrolysis process. So we strongly believe that coal to hydrogen is the only solution or the best solution in times to come. Driving to a different level now, after 2050, the world will not need neither coal nor iron ore. Iron ore maybe partly will be requiring for the virgin material, but after 2050, world will not need it because 5,000 million ton of scrap will be available for processing after 2040. So whatever steel today we are producing and the steel which is going into building constructions, high-rise buildings, railway structures, railway lines, bridges, all this steel in the world will be available for recycling, and that time will come around 2040 or 2045 as per the data available. And at that time, the steel making through blast furnaces route will be very less, or maybe zero. So this will take some time, though it is too early to announce all these things, but it is because it is 20-25 years from now. But when we start talking in such kind of webinar, these webinars will always be there so that people can refer that what was spoken in 2021 is now getting true. And steel consumption, the world population is today, say around less than 7.5 billion. As per the data available, the whole world is entering into a population stabilization. And the population of the world will not move to 8 billion, 10 billion, or 20 billion people. No, it cannot be. Neither our Earth can handle this much of people, nor the people can afford to generate so many or to produce so many children. So in times to come, the population will be less than 7 billion people in the world. And the steel consumption today, what we are seeing, 1,600 million ton or 1,700 million ton, whatever we say, this will come down to 1,200 million ton in the year 2040. So more and more composite materials will come in the world, and those composite material will replace steel in many of the locations and many of the areas. And this is what's going to happen in times to come. Now, what is the purpose of telling all these things today to you? That let us not feel that world is going to an end and the world is collapsing, and we must work, and we must know that the world is in a better shape, and the next generation will be working very, very smoothly, and next generation will be living in a better atmosphere than what we are in. We have seen last lockdown, we could see the Mount Everest or Himalayas from Chandigarh and also from Saharanpur. The entire Himalayan range was visible. That means 15-20 days or 1 month of lockdown in the world can definitely repair the atmosphere, repair the hemisphere, and also it can repair the ozone. So the black hole is also repaired. So this means there are a lot many things which will come in the world. But yes, sometimes the technology suppliers, they scare us that this is going to happen and that is going to happen. So nothing to worry about. We must keep on trying to convert coal into hydrogen. Or before that, the first graduation will be to convert coal into syngas and syngas into DRI. and finally utilize electric arc furnaces and utilize electricity again from coal to syngas or producer gas, and then producer gas to electricity, where the efficiency level will be at least 1.5 times of the Carnot cycle. Now we are getting 30 or 32% of the total efficiency level when we use thermal power plants. But when we are using the gas-based turbines, we get today with combined cycle up to, like, GE has developed a technology, so is many other companies like Siemens. They have developed the technology in turbines very effectively that can be done 58 to 60% of the total efficiency in a combined cycle. And in single cycle, this can give on 48 to 50% of the efficiency. This means as against of 32% today, if we get the efficiency level 48% to 50%, and with a combined cycle, we get 58 to 60% of the efficiency. That means the CO2 footprint is reduced significantly. Rightly said by one of our guests who was just asked, I think from Danily. So that India has a lot of coal, and coal bed methane is the answer. Yes, CBM is definitely answer. We should capture the coal bed methane so that entire CH4 can be taken out in very environmental friendly manner, and we can utilize CH4 to produce either hydrogen or to produce syngas, or to utilize CH4 directly and to produce ammonia also out of that. So these are the areas where we should focus on. In times to come, the blast furnaces will be obsolete or outdated, or even if they are there, the blast furnaces, they'll be using only 10 to 15% of the coke, and balance will be hydrogen or methane or some other gases, so that we can produce steel through that. The sinter plant and the coke oven plants will be reduced significantly. People will produce more and more pellets to utilize in blast furnaces. As you know, China, the Tangshan area, and all these in the vicinity of the major cities, most of the steel mills are closed. In Japan, government is putting a lot of pressure to stop manufacturing sinter, and so is in Korea, and so in many other countries, also in Europe. The iron ore fines, import of iron ore fines in Italy, or the import of iron ore fines in Germany is almost prohibited, or people or respective governments are asking them not to bring the iron ore fines in the country. You bring pellets, make steel out of pellets, not out of sinter. So slowly, gradually, the sintering plants, sinter process, coke oven plants will be phased out, and people will be more environmental friendly, and that is the responsibility of each and every individual. And no matter what our age is, but so far we are alive, so we must try to do something good for the mankind. And this is also this webinar. Through this webinar, we are delivering a message that in times to come, we will be doing hydrogen-based steel making, and not based on the purely coking coal and then making coke out of it, and so on. So the future is when we'll be having 5,000 million ton of steel available for processing or recycling. That means we'll be utilizing only electric arc furnaces, and electric arc furnaces utilization means we have to have a cheaper power for affordable power, and we must try to inject hydrogen, not as not coal or other carbon or free carbon or natural gas into electric arc furnaces. And we must try to produce power at an affordable price. So today our aim is that we should generate power at 3 or maximum 3.5 cents per unit. It should be available maximum at 5 cents per unit to the end customer, and there should be one tariff throughout the nation, so that more and more electric arc furnaces can be installed in different part of the country, and we don't have to transport scrap from one location to another location because the power is expensive at a particular place. There are three major scrap hubs which are likely to be in times to come. The largest scrap hub will be NCR Delhi, and that is northern states, because maximum number of vehicles which are stranded here, and these are to be processed, cut, cropped, and to be made available for steel melting. The second will be Maharashtra or the western belt of the country. And third is the down south, that is Chennai, Coimbatore, Bangalore. So these are the areas where the maximum scrap processing will take place. But unfortunately, all three locations, power tariff is very high. Bombay, like in Maharashtra, the power tariff varies from 12 rupees to 15 rupees per unit. Chennai, it is 15 rupees to 18 rupees per unit. In NCR, it is 8 rupees to 12 rupees per unit. And we need at least 700 kilowatt hour of electricity to produce steel. And at least with most effective use electric arc furnaces, including LRF, we still need at least 500 kilowatt hour of electricity, including everything, including utilities. So that means if the power available is at 12 rupees versus 3 rupees, so there is a gap of 9 rupees, and multiplied by 500, so that means 4,500 rupees. That means it is about $65 to $70 per ton, which is a huge cost. So today it may be affordable because the steel prices are high, but tomorrow it will not be affordable. So we in JSPL, we already started manufacturing the coal gasification units for our internal use. We already manufactured coal gasifier. We already manufactured rectisol. We already manufactured condensers and cleaners. So this is in our own plant, and we are going in a big way. People, those who are interested in technology, what we have, we are ready to share with them. We can manufacture the plant for them. Only few of the equipments, rightly said by Dr. V.K. Saraswat, we need high pressure compressors. At the moment, we import from Germany, and all such kind of compressors, if they are built in India in times to come, that will be definitely a game changer. So rightly said by Denily, gentlemen, that yes, you have already developed the burners to suit to 60% hydrogen. We'll be happy to talk to you, and kindly ask your team in India to speak with me and to speak to my team. And in times to come, the moment you have 100% hydrogen burners, that will be again a great game changer. So in short, number one, after 2050, coal will not be required. Number two, after 2050, iron ore will not be required. What will be required? That we have to see. The population of this world will not be 9, 10, 20 billion people. The population of the world will be reducing by 2 to 3%. The next is the infrastructure to usage ratio. Today in Europe, it is just 0.45. In China, it is only 0.35, and still China is building a lot of infrastructure. In India, it is 1.5. In African countries and some of the Latin American countries, it is 2. So this means the countries like India, Latin America, and Africa, where the infrastructure available versus usage, where for one person, if the benchmark is Europe, then how much is the infrastructure available for an individual per capita? Today, we are having half of that. So that means we have a scope of increasing our infrastructure spending to more than double. And this is what Government of India is doing. So is Africa, so is Latin America. And this is what going to drive the steel consumptions in times to come. Today, we are contemplating that maybe 6% year-on-year basis steel production steel consumption will increase in India. But maybe initially for a couple of years, this can be 10% also. Now, coming back on last point, if today our capacity, what we have built up in the country is 145 million ton, and we want to reach to 300 million ton capacity by 2030 production, that means by 2027 or 2028, we should install another 160 million ton capacity. So this 160 million ton capacity means we need to put up at least 10 plants of 16 million ton each, or 16 plants of 10 million ton each, or 32 plants of 5 million ton each. It will be very difficult for the Indian steel industry or the Indian new investors to put up such kind of 20, 25 or 32 plants in next 7 years time, because the gestation time and manufacture and installation time is about 4 to 5 years. So, but if you have to go to a greenfield projects, it takes a decade. Land is not available, water is not available, electricity is not available, waterways are not available, railway is not available. So it takes time. You have seen that the 3 plants came in last 2 decades in Odisha. One is JSPL, the other is Bhushan Steel, now it is Tata, and the other is Bhushan Power and Steel, now it is JSW. So these three plants came, and the fourth plant came, Kalinganagar. All these plants, they started, the first laying stone was done in 2003, around 2003. So it took about 12 to 14 years to come into production, and it takes about 15 to 20 years time to reach to the maximum peak production. So even if we take, yes, we may be very effective in times to come, maybe 10 years time are required. So if we reach to 300 million ton of capacity, that means balance 160 million ton foundation stone should have been laid today. Then only we can reach in 2030 to 300 million ton capacity utilization. So the solution is what? The solution is that the brownfield project should be given the preference. Greenfield projects, if they can come, and if the government of India and state governments, they can provide land, railway, infrastructure, slurry pipelines, pellets, iron ore, coal, or whatever, then of course they should be increased. The other is the people, those who are having in a club of 1 million ton or 0.5 million ton, those companies, we should handhold them, and we should ask them to convert from induction furnaces to electric arc furnaces. Even if there is some special fund is to be allocated by Government of India to convert them from induction furnaces to electric arc furnaces, those funds should be made available, so that in the interest of country, we can reach to 300 million ton. Today, 40% of the steel is being manufactured. Steel is coming from the secondary sector. Secondary, I'll say, is not, the secondary may not be the right word, but through the electric, instead of electric arc furnaces, it's coming from the induction furnaces. So we need to put up more and more electric arc furnaces, and that will be a game changer. That if any company which is producing steel through induction furnace, melting scrap through induction furnace or DRI or HBI, they should do it through electric arc furnace. That be the real help to the nation. Otherwise, if we don't do it now, then we'll be importing at least 50 million ton steel in 2025, 80 to 100 million ton steel will be importing in 2028, and about 200 million ton steel will be importing in 2030, which no country and no economy can afford. So the steel scenario is very good, excellent. Thanks to Prime Minister and thanks to Finance Minister. They are spending day in, day night, and they are doing the total manthan, total pondering upon as to how to reach to 300 million ton, how to utilize coal to gas, gas to gasoline or liquid or power with the and how to avoid the Rankine cycle, how to stop the power plants based on boilers converting coal into electricity. Everybody needs electricity. Even 1 minute of power cut is not affordable. People, they become uncomfortable if for electricity is not available in your house for 10 minutes. But people normally they forget that all this power, at least 70% of this power is coming from the thermal power plants. So the people, those who use this power, they must think that these thermal power plants are supplying them the power, and many of them, they speak against coal. They should not speak against coal. We all should speak how to utilize coal effectively. Thanks to Honorable Prime Minister, who 2 years back narrated in the United States, when somebody asked him a question, what is your view on coal consumption, how to utilize coal? And Prime Minister very aptly said, look, we are looking the companies, technologists, consultants who can utilize coal through coal gasification in most environmental friendly way. Our plant is running in Angul in Odisha. Anybody out of you wants to visit our plants, wants to see the facilities, how we convert in a very, very effective manner, very friendly manner, very healthily, or I would say environmental friendly manner, how to convert coal into syngas and syngas to DRI. Please come visit to Bhubaneswar. From Bhubaneswar to Angul, we'll carry you either in our plane or by our chartered buses. This is about 2.5 hours drive, 20 minutes by flight. So many people on our invitation have visited our plant. We are very open to show the plant. The purpose is, Mr. Naveen Jindal, our chairman, he says, if the technologists will see our plant, they'll be excited towards the new technology, how to convert coal into gas and gas into DRI, and finally DRI into steel. So thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you so much, Sharma Sahab. As usual, you covered the gamut of subjects, which is very well. And this One India, One Tariff campaign, which you have been carrying on, I'm sure this will bear fruits and this will be implemented very, very soon. You know, I remember whatever till date, whatever your predictions have been, have always come true. So once again, I would say that, you know, let us keep up this, you know, campaign to have more of coal gasifiers. And I'm sure JSPL will be a front runner in providing this technology to the world. As Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign, we need to, you know, ensure that the gasifiers are available at a reasonable cost within the country. Before I move on to Dr. Nawal, may I ask Fabrizio Pere to explain if Danelli could help what Mr. Sharma was talking about, upgrading this induction furnaces. You know, it requires a huge investment to put up these electric arc furnaces, and hence these induction furnaces continue to exist. And I think most of us are concerned about the quality of output when it comes to induction furnace.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if we are talking on primary steel, I'm not real the guy of Danieli to talk about, but we are looking at your routing, how to convert this. I mean, okay. And yeah, there are several projects that are handled by the Danieli department for the steel making that are in the direction of real green steel production in this direction.
I know, Mr. Pere, you are the CEO of the, you know, Danelli Centromet, but
no, Centro Combustion, yeah.
Centro Combustion, I'm sorry, yeah. Danelli Centro Combustion. But I did speak about this to Mr. Benedetti as well, and Mr. Benedetti was also very supportive of the view that we should make the technology for having low-cost electric arc furnaces in India without, you know, replacing this age-old induction furnaces, which are, I would say, a burden on the nation.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah.
So these induction furnaces could be actually upgraded to electric arc furnaces. We'll have a lot of energy savings and savings of our national resources.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Pere, with that, we'll move on to Dr. Nawal, whom I know for almost 20 years now. And my last meeting, though physically, was way back in 2007 when Mr. Sagar Rao was the joint MD and he was director commercial. And we had a long discussion. I had a very long discussion with him. And we spoke about how he came into JSW fold. Those days, of course, it was Jindal Vijayanagar. So how he came into the company, and the great respected Babuji, whom I always revere as the most revered person. The great Babuji had taken him when he was, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Nawal, you were in a sugar mill that time, right?
Yeah, you are right. Very much right, Mr. Mukherjee. Yes.
So this discussion I remember I had with you was in 2007, almost 14 years ago, and I still remember the wonderful human being that you are. And I always wanted to ensure that you have to, I know your schedule has been very, very tight with all these acquisitions, but I was after you, if you remember, for every webinar that you have to come. And finally, I'm really grateful that you have been able to join today. And my real, from the core of my heart, my thanks to you. And with that, the floor is all yours, Dr. Vinod Nawal.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. First of all, let me extend my gratitude. Actually, you invited me for this webinar, and the subject is really futuristic. And same time, you have invited Mr. V.K. Saraswat. He's a scientist. He has given too much information, too much knowledge to us. And the same time, steel expert, specialist Mr. V.R. Sharma. The way Sharmaji has narrated the complete, scenario of the today up to 2050. I think you need not to go 5-6 webinar and seminars. In one lecture of the 15-20 minutes, he has narrated everything because he's a highly knowledgeable person.
Exactly.
And I can say the GSPL, because of his guidance, his efforts, or his luck, GSPL is turned around actually. So my salute to Mr. V.R. Sharma. He has done the great job actually. We are last so many years, we are, know each other, we are friend. Always is, information, knowledge is very useful for us. So it will be useful for all the panelists and all those who are attending it. I can say this, you can say JSW Steel is planning now. We already more than 20 million, and we are going to add another 5 million in next 2-3 months time in our Dolby plant. And this financially we are going to be around 27 million. We have planned to go to 50 million in next 6-7 years time actually. But whatever Mr. Sharma was talking about, that 2050, what will be the technology and whether iron ore will be required on this size? No. Coal? No. But we should work on this actually, how we can clean the environment and how we can reduce the dependence on the coal. So one point I mentioned about that is we should explore not only coal, but we can explore solar to convert into hydrogen. Same time, we can work on agro-base because India has a lot of agriculture products which are not fully utilized. That is one of the area where we can work. Now, coming straight to the point, it's being concluded and that the steel industry's biggest products today is not steel. As surprisingly as it may sound, but it is a carbon, generates a minimum 1.8 tons of the CO2 per ton of the finished products. That is always people they talked about this product. Our industry is a major contributor to the overall anthropogenic CO2 emission worldwide, and therefore we ought to be a significant driver of climate change. According to the World Steel Association, the steel industry generates 7 to 9% of direct emission from the global use of the fossil fuel. McKinsey also add that 14% of all steel companies could see their value eroded unless they decide to decarbonize. That is going to be the challenge for all of us. To tackle this situation, steel makers around the world are racing to deploy new technologies. Such offers include switching to the cleaner electric arc furnaces, swapping coal for natural gas as a reduction agent, and converting carbon-rich waste gases into biofuels via carbon capturing, utilization, and storage. Storage is going to be the one of the concern, and transportation of the one of the concern once we introduce or produce with the technology. Equally, we have to focus on that so that we can have some economical solution of that. While these developments all have a role to play in boosting the industry's green credentials, carbon capture technologies alone cannot achieve carbon neutrality. Switching to hydrogen as a fuel source can reduce the industry's emission. When burnt, hydrogen only emission is water adopting. Hydrogen could be the key to a drastic reduction in its environmental impact. The potential technologies involve replacing coke or natural gas with alternatives, including the hydrogen S2. Replacing coal with hydrogen seems a promising option for decarbonizing the steel production process. Hydrogen can be used as an alternative reductant to produce DRI that can be further processed into steel using an EAF. This DRI-EAF setup enables nearly carbon neutral steel production, which is going to be there between 2040 to 50. Currently, roughly 95% of hydrogen is gray. It's produced by extracting gas from fossil fuels. One of the key barriers to overcome is the sheer volume of the hydrogen needed to support a massive upscaling in use by the steel industry. Hydrogen-based steel production process pose two major challenges. One, optimizing and scaling up the hydrogen-based route of the iron ore and steel production through pilot plants, and the scaling of the production of the hydrogen producing greater quantity at lower cost with higher efficiency. However, there is light at the end of the tunnel. In recent years, Europe has been bold initiatives getting underway to set up first pilot plants in the Austria, Germany, and Sweden. JSW Steel is one of the most efficient steel producers in India with an ability to expand capacities swiftly, and its capacity is all set to reach, as I mentioned earlier, also 27 by this financial year. To be in sync with the global decarbonization mandate, we too are currently exploring collaborative projects on coke, oven gas, hydrogen gas injection in BF, or using hydrogen in its DRI units. The good news is that the cost of producing green hydrogen is dropping, wind and solar prices are falling, while the electrolyzers are getting better and cheaper. It's estimated that within 2 decades, it could be competitive. The way forward, according to me, the shift towards hydrogen gas still cannot happen overnight, and it is the only one key production technology that has proven to be leveraged to achieve a carbon neutral steel industry. To reach that state, Indian steel industry should adhere and follow. Before I conclude, I ask along with this forum, is Indian steel industry ready to join the hydrogen revolution? Without a shred of doubt, we would shout yes. And if India wants to retain the edge as one of the leading steel producers globally, the government should explore and establish financially initiatives and policy framework for this ambitious adoption of the hydrogen, not only as an alternative but fuel, but also as the way forward to a sustainable future. It shall offer industry leaders confidence to invest in long-term hydrogen projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Nawal. You know, we need motivators like you and Sharma Saab. I always call Sharma Saab my motivator of this industry. So you have done the same thing to motivate this industry that we can do wonders. We can. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, would you like to add one more comment to what Dr. Nawal and Mr. Sharma had said about the optimism in turning the hydrogen economy around?
No, I think I fully agree with Dr. Nawal Saab. It is wherever you see, whatever, whether it is a pilot plant or anything is there, it is coming with a government support, big government support is coming there. And because it is a national issue, it is not only the issue of the steel industry. But one thing I just, what Mr. Sharma has told, do you think that hydrogen is the only route for India? Because the route which has been adopted by European countries may be a compulsion for them, but may not be the similar route for India also. And that's why I feel what Sarmaji has told, because scrap recycling is the issue which can generate the least amount of the emission. Because if our ultimate objective is to enter into a clean steel making route, then there are other options also, and so many other technologies are under progress. And I fully agree with Nawal Saab and with Sarmaji कि we have to take a judicious route, कि whether we should jump blindly or we should take a careful path in deciding our future roadmap. Thank you.
Exactly, Mukesh Kumar Saab, आपने भी सही कहा. This is the exact thing which Sharma Saab actually mentioned. To use our resources in a right manner and responsibly. Yeah. That is what Sharma Saab actually spoke about. And Dr. Nawal is also of the opinion that definitely we have a way forward to make the hydrogen generation more cost effective. Subrata, would you like to add to this issue which we have been discussing for a long time, that hydrogen being more expensive is a challenge? How to make the production at a reasonable cost and transport safely possible. Mr. Subrata Mitra?
Yes, actually, thank you, Nirmal, and Mr. Sharmaji and Mr. Noel, and Dr. Mukesh Kumar also. Actually, what I was thinking, overnight transformation is difficult, we know. India needs steel. India cannot afford to use coke oven, coking coal because of environment conditions. Can it be mixed? Let the research people, the research organizations say, can it be a mix of coking coal and hydrogen and slowly transform it into hydrogen? Is it possible? Because it's not very easy. And I agree with Sharmaji and Dr. Mukesh Kumar. We have to utilize our own natural resources. We cannot, because we are abundant in coal. Can carbon capture technology help us? These are some of the thoughts. So the learned panelists or experts can tell something on this.
Yeah. Before Dr. Mukesh Kumar, I'll request the climate change specialist, Dr. Firoz, who has worked with very closely with the ministry, with formulating policies, with and he has headed economic research unit of the Joint Plan Committee for a long time, and which was actually the field office of the Ministry of Steel. So, having worked with various steel secretaries, joint secretaries, and the ministers as well, I would like to know his views on what could be the way forward. Dr. Firoz.
Thank you very much, sir. This is a very interesting topic to discuss, and so long we have been discussing hydrogen in the context of the steel industry, in the sense that we are not seeing the outer context. We are talking merely about technical and economic possibilities of using hydrogen in the steel industry and not seeing why. Now, the question is, we are being compelled to think of hydrogen. We are being compelled to think of carbon sequestration because the situation, there is a climate change mitigation efforts going on, and the country as a whole has set certain commitments apart
Dr.
from
Firoz,
the global there.
Dr. Firoz, Dr. Firoz, can you mute one of the devices? I think you are logged in from two devices. There is a feedback coming. So if you, then the feedback will go down.
Okay.
If you just mute one of the devices, the feedback will.
Yeah, has it? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yes, yes.
Now it's better. Now, what I was trying to say is that we are looking everything in the context of climate change, and we are looking at from the point of view of Paris Agreement, whatever we have committed ourselves to, and what NDCs for 2030, what we have committed to. Now, we have to see in the overall context, and these two contexts have not said anything about how the steel industry will move or what will be the targets for the steel industry to come up. Hydrogen has emerged as an alternative from Europe. Yes, it would otherwise, even if there was no climate change compulsion, perhaps it was already going on as a research, alternative to carbon. But the point is that this whole transformation that we are seeking, somebody has to bear the cost. Now, whether the steel industry will bear the cost, and we are still started talking about taking support from the government or international bodies, etc. First, somebody has to bear the cost, and when it comes to the accountant's desk, so then only it will come whether carbon sequestration or hydrogen induction one of them will be a better option, or both together, or in a synergetic manner, both can be actually put together and put into use in the steel industry for net zero emission. Now, there are one major point one has to know, that steel industry is not committed to or should not commit itself to net zero emission. It is part of a national agenda of net zero emission by 2000. Now the Prime Minister has said 2047-48, but 2050. But Still, for the steel industry, they can be go higher earlier than that, or even better than that, or maybe even lower than that. That is not an issue, depending upon how much can be afforded. Now, in this kind of a situation, whether we are in a position to choose at this moment or determine at this moment which technology options we will go through is a sort of a, not only just mythical, but it's a sort of a too dreamy kind of a situation at this moment. I don't think anybody has come into any kind of concrete situation except for ideas. Now, we cannot live on ideas forever, but it is good to have an idea to begin with. But all details will have to be worked out in all possible ways, how the carbon will be replaced by hydrogen and how long carbon will continue. It is not that carbon is going to end, no way. So this entire discussion that we have today we are having today at three major speakers, I mean, all of them actually spoke very well, and I really enjoyed listening to them. This, from the steel industry point of view, what all is required to be done, and how the steel industry prepared to do all that is on the agenda. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Firoz.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to a very important player again, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, who heads technology and new materials business of Tata Steel, will be able to sort of highlight the efforts which Tata Steel has put in. There was a feeling in the industry at one point of time that Tata Steel thinks ahead of competition when it comes to technology, when it comes to green steel, when it comes to following the world's best benchmarks. So I would like Dr. Bhattacharya to share with us the thoughts which are going on in Tata Steel, in terms of adoption of, technology. At one point of time, I heard that in Tata Steel there is a line of a school which has a line of thought to move into DRI, whether DRI should be adopted. There was a group within Tata Steel which had brought up this issue. Now, these are, as a journalist, these are not issues which I want to discuss in public, but there was a thought within Tata Steel. So, having said that, I would like to request Dr. Bhattacharya to take us through the journey of Tata Steel's plan ahead. Dr. Bhattacharya, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. So I have a small presentation, and since the topic was hydrogen, I'll focus a little more on hydrogen, and I don't think I will exceed. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you very clearly, loud and clear.
Okay. No, good. And I'll focus a little more on hydrogen than on the other part. Mr. Mitro asked whether we can do something on carbon capture. I will touch upon it without getting too much in the depth, and I try not to exceed the 10 minutes. So, use of hydrogen. This is what I had promised to talk about, and I will talk on our thinking as you have asked, Mr. Mukherjee, at the current state of thinking in Tata Steel. Next one, please. So, just to set the context, and Mr. Noel mentioned these numbers, where today, we have in the world about 33 gigatons of CO2, man-made CO2 that is emitted. And the steel industry is accused of emitting about 7% of that. And of course, there are industries such as the automotive, the shipping, the airlines, etc., which are making efforts to reduce their CO2 footprint, and they will reduce. Steel, on the other hand, as we know, is a hard to abate sector. So if it is business as usual for steel, by 2050, the others would have reduced, and steel would then be a 1/3 contributor to the total man-made CO2 in the world, which is not a position in which this sector wants to be. And therefore, we need to, all the speakers have talked about it, we need to find a solution. And one of the solutions is of course planting more trees. So if you go to the next slide, please, and look at what India's situation is. So CO2 problem in the steel industry is that as Mr. Noel said, we make more CO2 than steel. And one of the best plants, some of the best plants make 1.8. If you look at a global or even Indian average, it's probably more like 2.5 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. And if India is going to make 300 million tons of steel, it turns out to be about 700 million tons of CO2 that we need to abate. Now, that would need roughly about 2 million square kilometers of rainforest in a land that is a total of 3.3 million square kilometers. So really, nature would be difficult to depend upon. So we need to find the solution ourselves. And there are two routes to this solution. The first route is, of course, to capture this CO2 and either sequester it under the sea in spent oil fields or under the landmass, again in spent oil fields or old mines or gas fields from where it will not leak out. Right, so carbon capture, utilization, or sequestration, CCUS. The second route is hydrogen. And if you go to the next slide, please. So I will focus a bit more on hydrogen for deep decarbonization. So this is the problem on the left, which is 1 million ton of crude steel production will produce 2.5 million tons of carbon dioxide. And many people, all the three previous speakers have spoken about hydrogen or coal bed methane or syngas being put into the blast furnace. Now, the blast furnace stands on coke. So you cannot really replace all of the coke with gas. And there are also other limitations of the top gas temperature and the rates of reactions, etc. So you are limited to how much hydrogen-bearing gas you can put into the blast furnace. And as our calculations show, if there is a limit that it's about 16,000 tons of hydrogen that you need to put in for 1 million tons of crude steel. And your footprint, if you start with a base footprint of 2.5, it will come down to 2.3. The rest of the CO2 will need to be captured and utilized. And knowing that in the east, where most of the blast furnace based, in the east of India, that is where most of the integrated steel plants are, there is very little scope for sequestration. So we need to find ways of utilization. So I'll just mention here that carbon capture is not a problem. And we will, if we continue to live with the blast furnace, we will have carbon capture solutions available at scale. Today, the petroleum industry or other industries already have carbon capture units at pretty large scale. The problem is utilization. Solutions for utilization where carbon is either captured as an organic chemical or an inorganic chemical is not available at scale. And even if you put it in an organic chemical, such as methanol or ethanol, or long chain molecules, you will need other associated elements, such as hydrogen. So we come back to hydrogen for utilization of CO2. Or you can put it in calcium carbonate or magnesium carbonate, in which case, the productions will be so large that the markets of those compounds will crash, and it will not become economically. So there's an economic impact of that. So let us look at what's the route that we, the route to hydrogen-based steel making. And this is not a surprise. Everyone again has mentioned it, and we know if we go to the next slide, it is through hydrogen-based DRI, direct reduced iron. And if and when electricity is green, and in Europe, in most grid electricity would be green. In India, eventually, large part of the grid would eventually be green. We can then produce steel with hydrogen-based DRI using green electricity in the electric arc furnace and have deep decarbonization, right? In the event that the grid is not green or partially green, to that extent, you'll have a larger amount of CO2 in the exit gas, right? To the extent that hydrogen that you put into the DRI is not green, to that extent, you have to abate that CO2. So there will be a sliding scale on how much CO2 you have to abate as progressively the hydrogen generation technologies and the grid electricity becomes progressively greener. So you have less and less CO2 to abate. So maybe when you start with, you'll have a large amount of CO2 to abate. And as you go towards more like 2040, 2050, you'll have less CO2 to abate as the things become greener. However, the challenge is in production of green hydrogen. Of course, we all grew up in school reading that hydrogen is a colorless gas. No longer so. Hydrogen can be gray, blue, or green. And it is the green without a CO2 footprint that we want to produce. Next one, please. So before I talk about production, I was talking about CO2 abatement and capture and use. So as I said, CC, which is carbon capture, is not a problem. It can be scaled. It is the utilization that that needs to be scaled, and the technologies at scale are still not there. And yet, and the problem is, again, you will need green hydrogen to produce methanol, that is, to produce methanol from the captured CO2, or to produce ethanol from the captured CO2, and you will need CO as well. Just to give two examples where hydrogen would still be needed in the carbon capture route, even if you're not using hydrogen for direct reduction. Next one, please. So these are some of the strategies that we are following. We are actively following in hydrogen production. One is a chemical looping combustion technology coming out of an academia, and we are scaling it up, which is a closed loop cycle of iron oxide, which takes in blast furnace gas, has a H2O-CO reaction to concentrate the CO2 and a CCU later on, and then produce hydrogen as a result. So this is one route. However, there is a positive carbon dioxide footprint, but the cost of the left-hand side, the chemical looping technology, is much lower, and I've not put the cost figures here. Biomass was mentioned by Dr. Saraswat, and this is one of the technologies we are actively following, either to produce syngas, which can be introduced into the blast furnace through the tuyeres. It can also be introduced into gas-based DRI, and the biochar or biocoke that is left can be put into the blast furnace, as to replace coke. And this process has a negative CO2 footprint. So not only does it replace coke, not only does it decrease the CO2 footprint in the actual reduction of iron oxide, it has an overall further reduction in the CO2 footprint. And of course, then there is electrolysis, which is the most mature of all these technologies. But then, as you know, all the drawbacks for today is very clear, where our grid electricity is not green, not as green as it is in Europe. However, in order to scale up this technology to a blast furnace level, where it has not been done in the world ever. I mean, even in Europe, only pilot scale blast furnaces have been tried with this, and in a real blast furnace, only about a couple of tuyers have been charged with hydrogen. So we are using this technology to get used to the use of hydrogen in a blast furnace, and hopefully, when we grow in maturity in using this technology, gradually the grid electricity will also become greener. So these are three of the 5 or 6 green hydrogen generation technologies that we are exploring, and the others are at a lower TRL, technology readiness level. Next one, please. So just to give you some footprint values, for 1 million ton of H2, which is roughly, it will be more than 1 million ton of steel that will produce more than 1 million ton of steel. It will need about 60 gigawatts of electricity. That's a big footprint, and I think Dr. Saraswat has pointed out towards the challenge that this will propose to India's power infrastructure. In the chemical looping technology, we will need enough amount of blast furnace gas and the coke ovens gas to make 1 million ton of hydrogen. This cannot be the only solution, although it's a very cheap solution. our initial estimates suggest that this will probably have a hydrogen cost at about $0.50 per kg of hydrogen, but it will not be sufficient to produce enough hydrogen for a 10 million ton steel plant. But then biomass is where we see a solution where 1 million ton of hydrogen needs about 13 million tons of biomass. But this biomass is recycled. I mean, if you use a fast growing plant such as bamboo, the replenishing rate is quite high, and we are today working closely with the local government and the local societies to look at ways by which we can incorporate this into a hydrogen generation cycle, which is beneficial for the society as well as for the plant. So these are some of the thoughts that we have at the moment. Next one, please. The summary slide, I think. Yeah. So hydrogen as an alternate fuel is imperative in iron making, whether you use it directly in the blast furnace or in a DRI. Even if you don't use, it will be needed for CCU, for the carbon dioxide that's coming out of the blast furnace or even from a flue gas. So hydrogen-based direct reduced iron will become more favorable, and that's the writing on the wall. And hydrogen also is used and needs to be used for carbon capture and utilization. And of course, multiple sources of green hydrogen will be needed. And I just outlined what are the volume implications of hydrogen needed to address the total transition to a hydrogen-based steel making. So with these words and this sort of a picture of our thinking, I would like to thank Mr. Mukherjee, you and the organizers for inviting me and for sharing my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a million ton, Dr. Bhattacharya. I just got an opportunity of meeting you once during that Indian Steel Alliance conference in Delhi. That was the year before last. But I would love to interact more with you and bring you on these platforms to educate what Tata Steel has in plans ahead and what Tata Steel feels is a writing on the wall, and which everyone else, the industry, must follow those requirements. Come on, I am not saying Tata Steel leads the way, but Tata Steel brings everyone together. We live as a single industry. We are all one in this industry. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar, once again, I would like to listen to what your thoughts are on this subject.
I think Dr. Bhattacharya has highlighted very importantly that what people feel in blast furnace we can replace the hydrogen. So it is not the fact. It is only a tiny amount, and that can reduce my CO2 emission only by just 0.2 tons. So if we have to use hydrogen, it may be alternative, other way has to be found out. And I fully agree, because carbon capture storage is not a major issue, but utilization is one of the major issues. So Dr. Bhattacharya is aware that we are working on some projects where we are trying to convert off gases of steel plant into bioethanol, so that the entire gamut of carbon capture, storage and utilization is there. And when those bioethanol fuels are produced, we get some carbon credit from that also. So indirectly, it helps in that direction. So in India, I think we may have to think slightly differently. So I will rest of the point I will cover in my presentation, but I fully agree what Dr. Bhattacharya has told. Thank you.
Kinnor, thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Kinnor, would you like to add anything? You're muted, Kinnor, you're muted. Unmute yourself.
It's always a pleasure to listen to Dr. Bhattacharya. So I've been listening to his presentations for quite some time, and I think what he says is bored. Yeah. So I think what he says is absolutely correct, that hydrogen injection is, it only reduces by so much. But then I think one of the things I do see in some of the Canadian steel plants is they are saying that, look, the futuristic technologies will come, but can we do something now? And I think that is driving some of the research in injection of hydrogen in the blast furnace. But absolutely, I think the carbon capture and utilization is maybe a more important point to focus on when thinking of carbon capture.
And by the way, Dr. Bhattacharya, if you have noticed the comments in the comment section, most of it is an appreciation of your presentation, which says it is a very useful piece of information that you shared with what Tata Steel, I would say, has shared with the world today. And with that, may I also request Dr. Bhoy to put in his comment if he has any comments, Dr. Bhoy. Dr. Bhagadar Bhoy. Dr. Bhoy, are you there? Okay. Yeah. You are muted, Dr. Bhoy. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is a really very good webinar today. It's a very burning topic, and we are thankful that I am also very thankful to all of you that I am one of the listener to all the stalwarts. Even Dr. Devasis Bhattacharya, whatever he said is really good. And that is hydrogen already one technology CSR IMMT Bhubaneswar has already started. And we have produced steel directly from iron ore fines by hydrogen plasma smelting processes. And now it has already been done in 10 kg scale. And we have approached our Minister of Steel for pilot scale study. And already 5 years have gone. We still waiting when that will be done in pilot scale study. Dr. Mukesh Kumar is also aware of it. And many of us, our Tata people are there, JSL people are there. All, if they will join hand together, I hope the technology is available once hydrogen is cheaply available. Nothing like it is already at your doorstep. Thank you very much for giving me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhoy. The research institutions of our country will have the full support of the industry. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Dr. Noal, Dr. Bhattacharya, all of them, I'm sure, will join hands with you to bring it pilot scale.
Because it is a national issue. It is a national issue, and already the technology we have already started. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar's effort is, I should appreciate him. And it was already done, but we are waiting for pilot scale study. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar is also supporting us. And as he has already told, if government can support that much, otherwise we have to join hand together. All industries will join hand together and support it. Then only it is possible. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Bhoy, this much I can tell you. As much as I know Dr. Mukesh Kumar, I can tell you he will keep no stone unturned in pushing the pilot project as far as he can. Right. I know him personally, and I can vouch for him.
Right.
He is never superficial in whatever he does. He pushes all his might through. Now, please understand, he has his limitations. He has his limited resources. Had it been a huge amount of resources which were initially thought he would get, if you had got those resources, by now, Dr. Mukesh Kumar could have done wonders.
Yeah.
Okay, now there is a question from Sri Anil Kumar Chaudhary, ex-CMD, SAIL. Ankit, could you just read out this question? Or can you promote Anil Kumar ji to the panel? The best way is to promote. Can you promote Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary to the panel so that he can put in his question?
Yeah.
Again, someone whom I consider my mentor, Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, ex-chairman SAIL, and it's a pleasure to see him after quite some time. Chaudhary Sahab, namaskar. Please unmute yourself. Chaudhary Sahab.
I was muted. I'm sorry. I was muted. I believe now I am visible, and also my voice is audible to you all. So thank you very much for upgrading me to the panelists. And in fact, I must admire your dedication that you have been taking all the contemporary topics in your webinars. And I must appreciate that the use of this hydrogen as an alternate fuel, which is the, I would say, most contemporary topic today, you have taken it for discussion. So I'm sure in the coming time also, we will have more deliberation on this issue and we will continue to get the inputs from the technical experts in steel making. So I've also spent quite a few time in the steel industry, and I'm also aware of that this is the need of the hour that we should promote hydrogen as a fuel. But only problem what I'm finding, which I've tried to put it through the question also, that the coal is the fundamental to the steel making through BF route. And to what extent we can substitute it, and to what extent we can bring down the carbon emission by using the hydrogen in the blast furnaces, that is to be seen. And after that, I saw that Mr. Bhattacharya rightly presented that only this will help us in reducing the carbon emission by 0.2. That I have seen in the subsequent presentation, but earlier I was not very clear to what extent it can be substituted. To my mind, we can only substitute it to some extent. And second, we have to consider the financial analysis also before we promote the use of hydrogen. Even after taking the carbon credit, whether it is worthwhile to use the hydrogen, considering the cost of it. Because some time back, our honorable union minister for petroleum, he started advocating that we should use the CNG, or we should use the natural gas as a substitute for coal. And we told him as a substitute for coke. And I told him that it will be viable only when we are able to get it below $5. And somehow below $5, that gas is not available. And that is true for hydrogen also. Because if we are making fuel through some which is environmental friendly, through some fuel, making steel through some fuel which is environmental friendly, we have to consider the cost in this. So if any of the panelists is having some idea about the financial analysis of using the hydrogen for steel making, that will be of immense value to the steel industry.
Dr. Bhattacharya and Sharma, sir, both of you can answer. Mr. V.R. Sharma and Dr. Bhattacharya first, and then Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Thank you. No, so as you would understand, Mr. Chaudhary, when a technology comes in first, it comes in expensive, and of course, the techno-economics works out, and eventually that becomes more economically viable. It's happening with battery technology. It has happened with all sorts of technologies in the history of technology. So this will also happen with hydrogen, with use of hydrogen. Right. But today, what our analysis shows, so 2 points. Today, what our analysis shows is, given carbon credits, given where we are, and given that costs will go down, etc., a price, cost level of hydrogen at about at about $1, $1 per kg of hydrogen will make it viable. So the effort in technology development would be to find a combination of technologies that will reduce the cost of production of hydrogen to $1. Today, it is not very far. I mean, it's not like 10 times. It's about 2 times, 3 times more expensive, maybe 4 times. So the future that way is visible, that with scaling and with optimization of technology, that price will come down. Whether it will come down to less than 1 or above 1, that's another issue, but it's going to come to that threshold level. The other is that some of the technologies which are today young, and I'm not talking about the electrolysis technology, which is quite mature and you can use it, even if at 1 year, 2 year scale, you can use it. But some of them which are low actually have a negative carbon dioxide footprint, as I've shown. So that is an additional advantage. So even if the core technology is a little more expensive, the fact that it actually is a negative impact on, say, CO2, it is a further addition to your CO2 benefit, right? So that needs to be factored in. So I don't think standing where we are today, where we see a hydrogen threshold of $1, today's hydrogen prices are not that far away. When photovoltaics first started, they were 70 times higher than what they are today. And the battery was 10 times higher than what they are today. Electric batteries for vehicles. So to that extent, hydrogen is not that far away. Yeah. So I think over a period of next 10, 15 years, we will see hydrogen becoming more and more viable to be used in large scale steel making. I'm not saying whether the blast furnace or DRI, but for large scale steel making. But that effort needs to start now.
No, that I agree, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for providing me all the clarification. One other thing, of course, that may not be relevant here, that we started promoting the use of natural gas for steel making. And it is very much workable, and this will also help in reducing the emission. And we have the abundance of natural gas in the country now. And we can always start it. But I find that none of the steel producers who is having the BF route, they have even started thinking of using the natural gas in the blast furnaces so far, because it is available at a price which is not at all economical. I have been advocating with Mr. Pradhan that if you are able to provide me at less than $5, I am willing to use it. Otherwise, it is not a viable solution. And that too, only when it substitutes coke. If it is substituting CDI coal, then I need steel cheaper. Otherwise, it will not be possible to make the steel and sell it in the market. So that is true to some extent for the hydrogen also. But you are right that we will keep on exploring, we will keep on experimenting. And maybe after 5-10 years, we find that it is not only usable in our blast furnaces, but also it is economically viable. I go with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also CBM, I think Mr. Noel or Mr. Sharma had mentioned CBM,
yes,
methane, which is a large hydrogen bearing gas. And today it is at a price which is significantly less than LNG or
Sharma
natural gas. So we are starting our first pilot on.
Yeah, Mr. V. Sharma, are you there? Sharma Sahab, are you there? Sharma Sahab, are you there? I can't see him. Ankit, can you see Mr. Sharma? He may have got it. Okay, Dr. Nawal, would you like to respond? Dr. Nawal? Dr. Nawal, can you hear us? Dr. Nawal? He may not be. Okay. May I request Ms. Fabrizio and Cristiano to respond on available technologies for use of both hydrogen and natural gas. First, Mr. Pere, and then Cristiano can answer. Fabrizio, are you there? Mr. Pere? Okay. Cristiano, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your response.
So the use of natural gas is a state-of-art solution in blast furnaces and in Russia and United States. So you can inject up to 100 kg per ton, 120 kg per ton of natural gas in blast furnace to year. And we can also provide this technology in India, no problem. Also, the natural gas-based direct reduction is quite an established process. Also, we can also deploy this technology in India, no problem. There is a trade-off, obviously, in the production cost. The production cost becomes competitive versus the coal-based route when I'm talking about a direct reduction route, which is fully based on natural gas, when the cost of gas is below €3 per gigajoule.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Nawal, would you like to respond on what JSW is planning in the days ahead? I don't think Dr. Nawal is there. Okay. Keynote?
No, I got it. Thank you very much. I got it. And as just now clarified him, if the cost is below €3, I am also of the same opinion. If we are able to get it $5 a unit, only then it makes a sense to inject it in the blast furnaces and to reduce and to produce steel on a competitive basis. So thank you very much. Whatever I raised, it stands answered. And I once again thank you for taking up my question and promoting me to the panelist. It is always a pleasure to interact with such a good gathering as panelists, and you are always able to attract the best of the talent as panelists. That is your beauty, and you add so much of flavor to the webinar that everybody wants to stick to it till it ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
Okay.
मैं-
Thank you.
मैं तो-
Mukherjee sir, just I wanted to clarify some additional
बोलिए।
thing to Chaudhary. Chaudhary sir, what you told that is very right, because in American countries, around 50% of PCI coal only has been replaced by natural gas, sir.
Natural
Because
gas.
there the shale gas is costing between $1.5 to $1.6 or $1.8.
Right.
Very cheap shale gas is available, sir. Alternatively, people have used natural gas through DRI route, sir. And in DRI route, because Midrex was, if you see most of our steel technology, steel production in the world, if you see a large portion is through DRI route, sir, and that is based on the natural gas. But in natural gas also, if you see the Midrex route, they are going through natural gas reforming, first converting into carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and then using it. Only recently, Danieli and others have come forward with a new technology called energy iron, and where they are trying to use directly natural gas without any reforming.
Right.
So if natural gas comes, instead of blast furnace, mostly through the DRI route, may be the most preferred one, sir, instead of this thing. And what Cristiano has told, unless the price is less than $3 to $4,
Right.
and you have told rightly $5, unless that is there, we will not get the benefit of putting into the blast furnace, sir.
No. Thank you very much. So any gas, even if you are using it in the blast furnace, it has to be converted into carbon monoxide, because carbon also act as the one of the reducent in the blast furnace. So that is required, and you cannot completely substitute this. What Mr. Bhattacharya very correctly told, it will not make environment-wise, it may not make very large impact substituting small quantity of hydrogen in the blast furnace. Thank you.
Subrata, would you like to respond?
I would like to inform Mr. Chaudhary. He had a question that Indian steelmakers never tried use of natural gas. In 2005, from Kaveri Godavari basin, natural gas was supposed to be piped to RINL. So,
Right.
Nirmal, if you remember, so that project could not take off because natural gas was not available for that purpose. So there was that was financed by NIDO, Japanese financing.
Right.
So the Indian producers had in mind, but unfortunately, till now.
No, I agree. Even SR could not use it because SR plant, it kept on suffering for a long time. We cannot, SR could not get the gas in time and at the right price. The gas prices were so high in between. So they also could not use it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaudhary Sahab.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really grateful that, you know.
No. Thank you.
Because you are again a mentor whom I need all the time. I need your blessings. And
no, I'm always there. I've been listening to all your webinars. Maybe as an attendee, I have been learning a lot during even my this post-retirement period, and I have been keeping myself updated about the technologies and also about what all Indian steel companies have, not only Indian, but all steel companies have been doing worldwide, and how they have been able to push the prices in the market, and how exactly the demand has been behaving vis-a-vis supply. I have been keeping myself updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaudhary Sahab. Thank you. Really
Thank
glad
you.
to have you.
Thank you.
We now move on to our next speaker, which is Dr. Keynote Chattopadhyay, who is Associate Professor, Process Metallurgy and Research Lab, Department of Material Science and Engineering, Faculty of Applied Science and Engineering, University of Toronto, based out of Canada. We are fortunate to have him in our city today. And last few weeks, he was there for my birthday last week to celebrate my 50th birthday. We had a good time together. Subrata was also there for that evening. And I wish, Chaudhary Sahab, you were in Calcutta so that we could spend some time on that occasion together. Keynote, it's over to you now.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. I think I am already, it's an honor for me to hear with all the industry experts about the hydrogen in steel. So it's a great learning opportunity for me. So I had a question. May I share my screen? I just have 6 slides.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay.
If you have a problem, Ankit will help you.
No, I think so. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent.
You can now move on to slide share option. So that we can see it full screen. Yeah. Make it full screen.
You can see it full screen?
No.
Okay. So I just have to swap.
In the meantime, Mr. Mukherjee, I may kindly be granted leave of absence. I have to attend another meeting. This is Devashish Bhattacharya.
Oh, okay, Mr. Bhattacharya. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for being there. Really grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Devashish.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
So are you able to see my full screen now?
Yeah, it is full screen now. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, so again, thank you very much for having me. It's an excellent topic. And so I will maybe talk a little bit from the point of view of the Canadian steel industry. And I just want to mention one thing, that our total steel production is very small. Each of the three steel makers we heard, JSW, JSPL, and Tata, they produce more than the entire production of Canada. So we are very small. But one of the things is that Canada's commitment to climate change is very firm. And that's why there is a lot of impetus from the government to perform research and development in areas such as hydrogen and clean hydrogen. And that's why I thought I'll just share my thoughts, and also the fact that I could attend today, I could learn a lot about what's happening in India. So yeah, so one of the things I want to mention is why Canada is a great place for green hydrogen. Now, I always say that we are really blessed by Mother Nature, because we are a country with a very small population, and then we have abundance of resources. So Canada, we are perhaps the 6th largest global producer of electricity, generating around 652 terawatt hour of electricity. And then this was the production in 2017. Now, out of this, 67% of electricity comes from renewable resources, and 82% from non-greenhouse gas emitting sources. And also, we are the third largest producer of hydroelectricity, so which is also around 60% of today's total capacity. And then, because there is so much land and very few population, having wind farms and solar farms are very easy to have there. And also, Canada is a tier 1 nuclear supplier, so there is also availability of electricity from the nuclear route, which is again a non-greenhouse gas emitting power. Of course, nuclear has other concerns, but again, it's a non-GHG source. So all these make the production of green hydrogen maybe a little more feasible than many other countries or jurisdictions. So about the same time this year, when the Indian government published the policy of the hydrogen economy, I think just a month before that, the Canadian government also published a call to action. And that was also about putting hydrogen as part of an integrated energy system in Canada. So like I mentioned, we have so many renewable sources of power because of the abundance of resources and land. So basically, the idea is to try to leverage that in the production of electricity from all the non-greenhouse gas emitting sources, and then use that electricity to produce hydrogen, and then use it in different industrial sectors, starting from logistics, cement, steel, and so on. And so that's the vision. And with this vision in mind, as much as the Canadian steel industry is very small, people are still interested to see how hydrogen can be used in the industry, and what could be some of the short-term and long-term goals. So if you look at the University of Toronto, we basically developed a project which is known as the Project LESS. So it is essentially low emission sustainable steelmaking, and it was funded by the university's engineering faculty. And then we were able to get some matching money from the industry and the government. So with this, we had a good pool of funding to start some research in the area of hydrogen usage in steelmaking. And certainly the discussions were, okay, there will be some long-term goals where we'll be looking at futuristic technologies like replacing the whole thing with hydrogen. But then immediately, if we are looking at the next 2 years or the next 5 years, how can we try to use hydrogen in the blast furnace to start some type of carbon offset? And I think that was the key question that these blast furnace producers were asking. And they were asking questions like, how can we retrofit an existing blast furnace with hydrogen injection? Can we develop a simulation and blast furnace models based on hydrogen injection? Can we plan some trials? What should be the trial parameters, and so on? So one of the things which is very interesting is that we were following quite interestingly the hydrogen injection practices in Japan. And I am sure many of you must be aware that in Japan, they are actually using aggressive hydrogen injection. And then in Canada, there is one plant which was using natural gas injection instead of PCI. So there was some knowledge available there. But some of the key questions which were not available for the Canadian steel plants was, what could be the replacement ratio achieved by aggressive hydrogen injection? How can we retrofit these existing blast furnaces with hydrogen injection? Then, of course, when we say hydrogen, people are also talking because we have many plants which have coke ovens. So can we use the coke oven gas or the reformed coke oven gas instead of hydrogen? And of course, we talked about syngas and biomass. And Canada has a very decent biomass industry because, of course, again, large land, a lot of forests. So people are interested in developing blast furnace models to be able to do some parametric research on this. And finally, the question is, how does this hydrogen or syngas or COG injection affect the key characteristics like the adiabatic flame temperature, top gas composition, blast furnace pressure profile, and so on? And can we use these models for trial planning and trying to help the industry? So again, as we go into this, there are certain targets which, of course, we have set them for the future, for the next couple of years maybe. So one of the things is, of course, can we reduce the CO2 emissions by 10 to 15% from the current levels by aggressive hydrogen injection? Can we achieve high replacement ratios of 3 and 4 by optimizing the injection temperature? Can we co-inject PCI with hydrogen by choosing some 2 years for PCI, some 2 years for hydrogen? And of course, can we develop a simulation model for an operating blast furnace and transfer it to the industry? So these were some of the key things which were discussed and which we are planning with the local industry here. And like I said, we are small, but yet very committed. And we are also looking to work with international partners if we can help with some of our knowledge. And we can also learn, because every country has a different type of practice. The natural resources are different. So I think that is also, as an university, it's very important for us to know what's also happening globally other than locally. So again, I won't take too much time because my main objective was to attend and learn, but I just wanted to share some of the things we are doing. And hopefully there will be maybe some ideas where there will be common interests. Thank you very much for having me. I think you are muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Keynote. Yeah, Keynote, thank you so much once again for not only being there to boost our spirits, but you played the role of the lead sponsor today. Because of you, so it was really, I'm really grateful for your support. And it was your brainchild, don't forget that. It was Dr. Keynote Chattopadhyay who suggested that we should have this webinar in place. So my special thanks to you. Without you, this would not have been possible. And of course, I must thank Mr. Subrata Da for always supporting. Whenever we came up with a suggestion, he would never, he's a very positive-minded person, Keynote. You must have seen that. Whenever I suggest a topic, he never says no. So I'm lucky to have a mentor and chairman of the committee like him, who is always, very understanding. He had initially only one comment to make, that can we keep it along with hydrogen, other gases as well? But then I thought then it will perhaps dilute. So I requested him once again, this one, let us keep it at hydrogen only. Maybe like Chaudhary Saab today spoke about using of natural gas as an alternative.
Thank you.
So we can have Subrata one more with the alternate fuels, where we'll cover the gamut of alternate fuels which are available today. So thank you once again, Keynote and Subrata. We'll move on to one more person who is, I would say, a mentor in a different aspect altogether. Whenever you need expertise, Dr. Mukesh Kumar is there. Whenever you need help, Dr. Saab, I need so-and-so speakers. Dr. Mukesh Kumar will take the trouble of calling that person, inviting him, and ensuring that he is there with you. So he is what you call a resource and a person who will help you whenever you need his help. Without any interest, he will help you. This much I can you know, speak about Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Any help you want any resource help, anything that he is capable of helping, you will help. Wonderful human being. Mukesh Kumar Saab, the floor is yours. Please share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Nirmala Dada. And it is my pleasure to be there on this webinar. Although a lot of things has already been talked about hydrogen-based steel making, that is an engine for carbon neutrality. So most of the things have already been talked by Dr. Nawal, and Mr. V.R. Sharma, and Devashish Bhattacharya. But I wanted to put some thought, कि some points which was just bothering me in my mind, कि whether we need hydrogen, what is the need, why we need a hydrogen-based steel making, to what are the economics of hydrogen steel making, is there only merits or there are some disadvantages of the steel making also. So that is one of the things, because everybody has talked why we need is hydrogen making, because iron and steel industry is contributing large amount of greenhouse gas emission. In India, condition is slightly different. We are giving around 2 to 2.8 tons. And what Dr. Bhattacharya has already told, we are today producing around 110 million ton of steel. And if we see, it means around more than 280 million ton of carbon dioxide is just contributed by the steel industry only. But at the same time, we must see how we are going to remove. People were thinking like he has clarified all the things that blast furnace, it may not be possible. But other ways are there. Because when we are doing a hydrogen reduction, so hydrogen reduction, there is no carbon dioxide. It is a vapor, which is a water vapors. That's why we say it is not there. In Europe, as I mentioned in the beginning also, in Europe, they have already committed that they want to minimize their gas emission by 40% from to 1990 level by 2030. And by 2050, they have to reduce as much as 80 to 95%. It means this is a compulsion for European countries to think for alternate technology. But whether hydrogen can be the only technology or whether they are working. So if you see most of the research, why it is taking place in Germany or in Austria, in other countries, it is mainly because of these compulsions, why most of the hydrogen-based research is getting focused in these countries. But whether India is ready for hydrogen transition in iron and steel industry today, that we have to, is a big question mark. So now if you see Indian iron and steel industry hydrogen options, should we go right now or should we wait for the some time? India, V.R. Sharma has told very openly, India is blessed with large reserves of iron ore and non-coking coal. Although we have coking coal also, but that is presently not available to the industry. Maybe once we put additional efforts, we may get this thing. So India need to increase its consumption is likely to increase from 106 million ton to 235 million ton. If my consumption is to increase from 106 to 235 million ton, and period is only around 10 years, not 10 years, even 9 years also, how I will increase my production? Should I wait for my hydrogen base or should I wait for natural gas based technology, or what option I am having? So if you see, looking into all technology which are available, only option available is coal based expansion. I cannot afford not to go for expansion. And the only today's substitute is coal based expansion. Natural gas based production may be an alternative, but we have just discussed, unless the cost is one of the factor. But the second is the domestic availability of the gas. We are importing gas, and the cost of doing liquefaction and doing re-liquefaction is a major cost. And because of that, my cost of the gas is going around $9 to $10 per MMBTU against 1.5 to $2 MMBTU available in American countries and other things. Scrap-based production can be an alternate option if we have to see we want to minimize only CO2 emission. Because if in scrap-based production, emission drops down drastically. Another thing is, in most of our facilities of 5 million ton blast furnace or 4 million ton blast furnace have been installed very, very recently only. And these are having a life of around 25 to 30 years. Whatever new facilities we are going to install to meet our capacity requirement of around 235 million ton, that also going to come by say around 2015, 2025, 2026. And if we consider that 30 years, it means beyond 2050, we are not in a position to dismantle those things or to shift immediately. Change to climate neutral technology. If we want to see that we want to go no with hydrogen, it will be a massive impact in the integrated steel plants. So hydrogen technology likely to take in India longer period than we are thinking in European countries and other countries. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. No, please go back, sir. So what is the facts about hydrogen? Everybody is talking, let us go for hydrogen reduction, hydrogen reduction. But one thing, what is the demerit of hydrogen? The demerit, or you can say disadvantage of using hydrogen in the steel making is hydrogen-based reduction is an endothermic reaction. Whereas carbon monoxide based reaction is an exothermic reaction. So lot of external source of heat and energy will be required to carry out reaction. So we will require additional energy for heating gases. We will require additional energy to maintain the temperature of the reaction. So a lot of external heat will be required. Let us not think only on hydrogen generation, but see other part of this thing also. Direct production of hot metal or steel, like we are doing with blast furnace and other things, that is may not be feasible. Only route we will be having a DRI along with the electric arc furnace. But again, with electric arc furnace, you will require energy, electricity. Theoretically, if you see, 54 kg of hydrogen is required to produce around 1 ton of steel. But if you consider all the efficiency part about the reaction efficiency, everything, people have estimated that around 80 to 90 kg of hydrogen will be required to produce each ton of steel. Today, cost of hydrogen is around 5 to 6 kg. And that's why we say today in time, it is not possible. Even if we go to around $2, $2.5, what we are estimating, around $200 to $250 will be the cost of the hydrogen itself. That is very, very expensive. Now, technically, it is feasible to produce steel from non-carbon hydrogen sources, but it is an expensive option. Now, I was just comparing how much, if we see in the electrical energy terms of view, for producing 1 ton of steel, we require around 0.7 to 0.8 tons of metallurgical coal. So if 1 ton of coal, if that quality we consider, it can generate around 8 megawatt hour of energy. It means when we are producing 1 ton of steel, around 6 megawatt hour equivalent of energy we are using in our blast furnace BOF route. But scrap based route, we require almost 1/10 of the equivalent energy. But when we come to the hydrogen based route, hydrogen based, again, we will require electrolyzer because natural gas based hydrogen making may not be that effective. Electrolyzer people are thinking. And if you consider the energy required, so equivalent to around 4 to 4.5 megawatt hour of equivalent energy will be required for making 1 ton of the steel. So if you see equivalent energy point of view, we will not be saving much. Still, we will be requiring a lot of energy. So this can be compensated only if there is an increase in surging carbon dioxide prices. We put a lot of this thing on carbon dioxide and we start decreasing hydrogen price to a level where pure hydrogen based steel production is feasible. Otherwise, today, technically it may be viable, but techno-economically, the route, the journey looks very, very difficult. That's why most of the advanced countries are looking for alternative options also. Next slide, please. That's why world over, if you see, lot of research is going on because nobody is just banking on hydrogen only. Like Course 50 by Japan is there, where Nippon, Kobe, they are working on this thing. Alcos, Hisrana, Tata Steel, like Hisrana is working. Another technology which is coming like molten oxide electrolysis, where they want to produce steel directly from iron ore using electricity. If we have to use green electricity only, or green, we are saying renewable energy is available, then molten oxide electrolysis may be one route which may not require any hydrogen at all. Similarly, DC plasma arc technologies are coming, which can directly convert iron ore into the steel. But again, if I'm having renewable energy, I may not go for that hydrogen and I can reduce my emission intensity by more than 90-95%. So similarly, scope 21 is there. So what I can just say, reduction with carbon is exothermic, but reduction with hydrogen is endothermic. So only hydrogen. That's why, in my opinion, people are working on different route and different technologies they are exploring. So by 2050, if we are saying what Dr. Saraswat has told, that based on one estimate, that International Energy Association, that 10% of the steel production can be from the hydrogen-based route. But 100% what we are thinking, that looks difficult because lot of other technologies are there, and other technology may get advantages over hydrogen and other route also. Next slide, please. So light, this is a hybrid technology route, everybody knows, because if you see in this side, the total dependence on the right hand side, it is shown the hydrogen route, and the left side has been shown as the blast furnace route. In blast furnace, wherever we are, whether it is a pelletization plant, whether it is a coke oven plant, whether it is a blast furnace, everywhere we are emitting carbon dioxide. But in hydrogen, everything is getting replaced by electricity. And if electricity can be generated by renewable source, then only it is becoming possible. But one thing you will please understand, today we are having electrolyzers in the world equivalent to a capacity of 1 gigawatt. 1 gigawatt of electrolyzers are operating in the world. But if we want to replace even 2/3 of the steel making capacity, that is around 1350 million ton of steel production based on hydrogen, we will be requiring around 650 gigawatt of electrolyzer. And you can see whether do we have that capability of making that type of electrolyzer either in the country or in the world also. Another issue what Dr. Saraswat has told about the hydrogen compressors. So it is not only one issue which is there, electrolyzer technology, hydrogen compressor technology, making cheap electricity, all those things are there. So what I can say, hydrogen is a good opportunity, but having lot of challenges. And the way India is looking, that we have to meet our requirement. Today, it may not be our route, but we have to continue to keep a watch on this thing, where we have to shift towards the hydrogen technology. Last slide, please. I can say for creating a better future, yes, we have to minimize energy use and switch to cleaner fuels. And for that, we have to generate renewable energy. But putting carbon credit and putting cost of carbon dioxide, ultimately the cost burden will pass on to the steel industry. If we have to remain globally competitive, we have to see how best we can utilize our resources, and whether selection of the hydrogen will totally depend on that, how we want to remain competitive. As I mentioned in the beginning, cost of producing DRI based on the rotary kiln and based on the hydrogen based this thing is a difference of around 15 to 20 times. Because this cost, why I'm saying 15 to 20 times, because I am considering renewable electricity will be available. That is a solar based panel based electricity is available. So this is the cost of DRI plus solar based panel, and this cost is too much. And definitely, unless government support is there, this project path or route, long journey looks very, very difficult. Thank you very much, Chetri.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. You actually hit the nail on its head. The challenges before production of hydrogen looks difficult unless there is an institution which is ready to support us in this. I wouldn't say subsidizing the cost, but at least giving investment options open so that more investments could be made towards reducing the cost. Maybe Subhrata, you would like to agree on what Dr. Mukesh Kumar said?
Absolutely. He has summed up all the challenges as elaborated by Dr. Saraswat and other speakers, including Dr. Bhattacharya. All the points he has covered, that hydrogen cannot totally replace carbon for blast furnace iron making. And alternative researches are going on, ISARNA and other things. Yes, absolutely. He has touched on all the points, challenges and other things.
Thank you, Dada.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Thank you once again. And please, as you have always done, please continue to bless us and guide us forward. As
I am there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll now move on to the next speaker, which is Dr. Shoman Saha, Director Quality and New Product Development in Calderis. and he's going to talk about use of hydrogen, especially with regard to refractory applications in the steel industry. And Dr. Soman Sinha, the floor is all yours now.
Yeah, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just a minute. Let me share my screen.
Dr. Sinha, while you're sharing the screen, we have a question in the audience for Dr. Mukesh Kumar. This question is from Mr. Abhinav Sharma. He says, in a steel plant, the rolling mills utilize the waste gases produced in blast furnaces and coke oven as a fuel in reheating furnaces. How do we plan to substitute that in case we go for hydrogen-based reduction of iron?
Again, because there two options are there. What you have told, ki coke oven gases are there. If we don't have blast furnace gas, we don't have coke oven J. But ultimately, it will be a natural gas only, which we have to use in the reheating furnaces and other things. And that's why I told it looks very, very difficult. Today, most of our coke oven gases are getting utilized in the heating furnace. Blast furnace gases are utilizing in power plant. But still, most of the plants are having 15 to 20% gases available as surplus gases. That's why we have thought to utilize those 15 to 20% gases through carbon capture, storage, and utilization, and convert into bioethanol. And first plant is going to come very soon in the country, based on the gas fermentation technology. New technology have been developed that is called gas fermentation technology, and through that route we are. But in case coke oven gas are not there, my blast furnace are not there, my BOF is not there, only DRI and electric arc furnace are there, then all for reheating furnaces and other things, there is no other alternative other than to use natural gases.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and I hope that answers the question for Mr. Abhinav Sharma. Another question from Mr. Joachim von Schiel. He's also in the panel. So, okay, I think he has just responded to the question before. So, yeah. So, Dr. Sinha, is it? Are you able to share the screen now?
I think I am in Google, so it will be better if you can share the screen for me. Is it possible?
Yeah, but I do not have your presentation.
I think that presentation Pankaj just said, just give me 2 minutes. I will just try to do it.
Dr. Sinha, if you can, Dr. Sinha, if you can open your presentation first and then click on the share button, share screen, then you will get your presentation instead of direct taking it from the Google.
Just repeat once again, please.
First, you open your presentation.
Yeah, I have done it.
Minimize it.
Yeah, I have done it.
Then go to the share screen. In the bottom, green button is there.
Dr. Sinha, I have your presentation here now. I can share it.
Yeah, and that will be better.
And from share screen, now you can push your presentation. Double click your presentation. It will come on the screen.
No, I think it is getting difficult. It will be better, Ankit, if you can present it for me.
Yes, I'll share the screen. Yeah. Is it visible to everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Sinha, just let me know when you want me to change the slides.
Yeah. So hope I'm audible now. So good evening. Thanks for providing this platform, Mr. Mukherjee, and the Steel and Metallurgy, this magazines group. And so basically we are a refractory solution providing company. We are present in globally there. And in this presentation, what we'll like to touch upon, just go to the next slide. What we'll like to discuss it here is briefly about the process, because refractory always work in hand with the steel, the iron making process. And from our previous speaker also, I have learned a lot. So I'll go first here. I'll run through it very fast in the slides, and then the technical challenges being faced for the refractory lining, and also gallery solution, because we are a solution providing company. So looking at this changing scenario, we have also built up our capabilities, and we'd like to share some of the things, but the things are continuously changing. So as it will change, we'll also improvise and then also do the modification. Next slide, please. So in the first slide, as already we have seen that the carbon dioxide emission is maximum in case of coal-based DRI and is minimum in the this basically remelting shop, that is the scrap-based steel making process. And so next slide, please. And here, firstly, I would like to discuss or mention it here. Already, it was mentioned by Mr. Mukesh Kumar that course 50 basically is a blast furnace route of iron making, where they have proposed for a reduction of say 30% carbon dioxide emission, as well as recovery of the carbon dioxide. And also from literature, we could see that ArcelorMittal, they have also introduced the Carbolist technology, where they are talking about, using the carbon dioxide emission, emitted carbon dioxide in the ethanol production. But also we have heard Mr. Bhattacharya talking about consumption of hydrogen also in this scenario. So those challenges are there. Next slide, please. And then there is a DRI making process, where mostly we have learned, and then in JSPL also Mr. Sharma has mentioned. This is a gas-based DRI, and where the carbon monoxide and this hydrogen, those are used, and we are generating it from coal. Of course, it can be generated from the reforming of the methane from the natural gas, and then obviously the carburization is required. Then obviously in presence of methane and carbon monoxide, further carburization can be done, which is more energy efficient for a electric arc furnace route of production. Next slide, please. So here we are talking about that we know that basically hematite is easier to reduce, or even hydrogen is more efficient for a reducing agent. Now the challenge, what we have also discussed from our previous speaker also, that handling the hydrogen and this volume of hydrogen or generation of the hydrogen. Next slide, please. So here we are, this is basically the technology which is jointly developed, that is HIL Energy and Technology, jointly developed by Tenova and Danieli system. And then this technology basically in the left side, it is a basically DR technology, where mostly JSPL line is in this line only, where we are using that pellet and then reducing it to iron as a sponge iron or the pellet hot. In case of this is the integrated steel plant, so that they are using that this sponge iron in a hot form. There is a hot DRI in the electric arc furnace application. And there is another system also, there is energy on ZR technology, where there is a diffusion of carbon and then enriching the carbon in the system. There is the Fe3C, and that basically with a hot application, it also helps steelmaker to reduce the energy consumption. Next slide, please. So if we see all these processes, basically everywhere we are talking about gas-based systems. So basically carbon monoxide and hydrogen in the process, in the gas is there. And refractory, all these equipments or the reactors, those are designed with refractory. So refractory material is exposed to this gaseous environment, and obviously there will be some corrosion effect, and mostly for the hydrogen, and there will be some effect of the carbon monoxide. And obviously this hydrogen, it will come with other species also, and then it will form some acidic compound, and then it will condense at a temperature corresponding to the lining temperature at that point. So it will have some acidic effect or the corrosion effect also. That will also one challenge. And then mechanical stresses, that basically when we'll discuss on one slide what mechanical stresses we are talking about, and also the thermal mechanical stresses, that is the spalling behavior. Next slide, please. So first property, if we are talking about with respect to the carbon monoxide, there's a carbon monoxide disintegration. Basically is gas is it percolates in the lining, and when in presence of free iron or the metallic iron, that carbon deposition takes place, and further it's nucleates and then it stores and accordingly there is some structural spalling or structural stresses there. So that is basically the carbon monoxide disintegration. And for normal blast furnace operation also, we are well equipped to give a carbon monoxide resistance material, and basically is a raw material driven property which will ultimately result in the end product carbon monoxide resistant, which is normally used in the today's blast furnace, particularly upper stack and this application. In laboratory, we test it as STMC 288. And then here we have class AB, which has no effect, and that is desirable as far as the blast furnace application is concerned. Next slide, please. And here we are talking about that reduction. Here, all this refractory material normally in these reactors and the blast furnace, what we are using is basically aluminosilicate system. So there are silica in the system. If you see the electron diagram, so silica is lower than this Fe3O4 or FeO for that matter. So it is, more stable. But then with respect to hydrogen and with respect to carbon monoxide, it has a reducing, these gases, they have a reducing ability. So then we have a challenge here. Whatever lining material we will be using, that should have some optimum silica level, SiO2 level, so that this kind of reactions we can control. Because this will finally, silica will be reduced to SiO, that is the silicon oxide, and finally the structure will be porous, which may be a challenge for this refractory application. Next slide, please. So here, if you see the effect of the hydrogen as a reducing agent, and here in this system, even the little bit of hydrogen, say 10% by volume, that has finally, it can reduce to the extent of 67% more the silica, basically the silica SiO2 system, and it has a strong reducing ability. And with respect to temperature also, if temperature increases, then also the reducing effect also increases, as you can see in the right side of the plot. Next slide, please. So here we are talking about one refractory material, that is the mullite. Basically is a 3Al2, 3,2SiO2, that is around 70% alumina system. And if this mullite has, so it is a good refractory material when we talk about spalling behavior, thermal spalling behavior, load bearing capacity, all these things. Here, fortunately, what we are finding here also, this mullite, it has least amount of reactions with the hydrogen compared to other silica containing system in the left side of the plot. Of course, there is a temperature effect with respect to temperature. When we increasing the temperature, then a reduction is more. But then in normal application, we will have to design and take a call how to optimize this mullite containing material in our design purpose. Next slide, please. So here we are talking about the acid condensation part, and then this is the acid attack. Basically, hydrogen is a these very small atoms, and then it has and due to the highly pressurized system, normally it has a tendency to percolate or to penetrate in the lining, and it will go. It will penetrate along with other species also, and then this will form a acidic compound. And as you can see, at the temperature drops from plot from the right side to the left side, then obviously the whatever your the condensation temperature of the corresponding compound, it will condensate, and then obviously there will be some specific gravity difference, and there may be some structural collapse also. That is a challenge. And the material which is having lower this temperature, solidification temperature, or this condensation temperature, that will percolate further and penetrate into the colder phase or the lower temperature portion. And so we need to address this very much while we will design the refractory, so that our dew point, whatever we consider, it should be, our refractory lining hot cold phase should have, more than 150 degrees centigrade, so that we can avoid this kind of acid condensation in the cell, which has a good amount of corrosive effect. Next slide, please. So here is a question of abrasion, and this is also very much important considering this refractory basically system. Basically, here we are putting the pellet and purging the air, this carbon monoxide and hydrogen from the bottom, and putting the pellets or the feed from the top of the furnace or the reactor. So in process, there are temperature variation. Also, there are so many reactions, and then solid particles, it passes through the refractory lining. So obviously there is a mechanical abrasion there, and then that leads to this kind of behavior. And so this we call it abrasion. And from refractory point of view, we test as per ASTM C704. And then this method, basically lower amount of abrasion, there is a CC basically, that gives us a better abrasion resistance behavior as far as the end application is concerned. We have seen basically designing proper matrix, designing proper recipe, it helps to improve that abrasion resistance behavior of the material. So for this kind of application, this is also very much required. Next slide, please. And thermal spalling also one criteria basically in this kind of refractory design, which the performance of this normal life cycle of this refractory. If there is a temperature drop, then obviously there is a structural stress, and then there is a spalling or structural spalling there. Normally we face, and we call it a thermal spalling tendency. So basically, we as a refractory designer, we optimize to we just think of design the material to have a better thermal spalling resistance, where we work on basically the elasticity modulus of the material, we work on the modulus of rupture of the material, and we work on the thermal expansion of the material. Next slide, please. So basically, to conclude, as a summary, what we have understood from this process, because process will change, and this is the requirement, environmental requirement. So looking at that process, what are the challenges normally refractory it can experience? So that we have tried to project it here. So basically, for a refractory design point of view, we need to design a refractory with lower porosity. So basically, that porosity basically is leads to some permeability in the system, gas infiltration. To arrest or minimize that thing, porosity needs to be, and particularly apparent porosity for the system, we need to optimize. Along with, we need to improve the strength part of it, and then abrasion resistance, falling resistance, and chemical resistance behavior we need to improve. And then we need to minimize that impurity, that is iron oxide and silicon. From calories solution point of view, basically we give a solution like mullite based material, and also mullite bonded corundum, special material with having a good creep resistance property, and also silica free low cement castable, and special backup insulation with lower impurities. These are the solution. Next slide, please. So we are equipped with this all these refractory solution, and we are, being a solution providing company, we are capable to provide a proper solution. And this is one example where JSW plant, Salab plant, we have done supplied the bricks and the monolithics also for this kind of application in 2018 and 19. Next slide, please. And there we have a global references where we have supplied this our refractory material to Immediate Steel, and then this kind of plant where they are operating this gas-based system, DRI system. Next slide, please. So this is we are there in all the customers, and this is our basically the list of the customers where we are serving. Thank you, and thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much for your interesting presentation, Dr. Soman Sinha. It was indeed interesting to see all these units operate, DRI units operating, where Calderes has played a very important role. And thanks for giving emphasis on a very specific area in a steel plant where you have been very capable of delivering. Now, I have my good friend, Mr. Fabrizio Pere, who is the CEO of Danelli Central Combustion. I had the opportunity of interviewing you a few months back, if you remember.
Yes.
And your interview was very well received. Everyone appreciated that. And once again, congratulations. Danelli Central Combustion, under your leadership, is doing very well. And I'm sure Mr. Benedetti will must be noticing all this, and very soon we will see you in a higher position in the company because of your achievements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Very nice, and I'm very pleased to be here today and to participate to this day of future technology, in which we can give some contribution as the near central combustion. Of course, this is a partial contribution, and this is mainly related to the combustion system. As you know, we have been developing through our research center that is close by our office here in close by Genoa, all the technology in order to reduce the emission of our furnaces, and at the same time also to reduce the consumption, which is part of the game, because by reducing the consumption, I mean, at the end, you're going to reduce also the amount of waste gases that you are going to pour in the atmosphere. We for this reason, we have developed our own burners, and they have also been installed in India in several places, like GSW Dolby, and we have done several installations in so far. Mainly, we have also installed all these burners worldwide, from United States, South America, Europe, of course, so this was already a trend that we had starting from the beginning of 2010, when we start our research center, and after it was complete in 2012. And the center went under reconstruction and refurbishing in order to enrich with other furnaces, in order to have the possibility to test not only the reheating furnace burners, but also all the indirect furnace technology, like the continuous galvanizing line and all the heat treatment with atmosphere. Of course, we are today in a position, and I hope I can show this small presentation I have here. Let me see if you can see that.
Yes.
Okay, so today what we are looking at is the new burner, but we have trademark with HydroMab. MAB is one of our burners that you usually use on the sidewall of the reheating furnace. So we started our new research based on our previous experience. And as you can see, the HydroMab was already tested. We did several campaigns, and this is coming in line with which is today the use of hydrogen in combustion processes could bring the steel industry to a full decarbonization. Of course, our contribution is a different level to the to the iron making or steel making, but still we can give a contribution, and we are looking also, because this contribution is aiding also to a reduction of not only of the CO2 but also of the NOx emission. As you know, we have installed several burners that are using the flameless technology, and also the HydroMab will be a flameless with hydrogen in a mixture of hydrogen and methane. As a general consideration regarding, of course, by reducing the consumption, we are going to reduce the carbon dioxide emission, because this is part of the waste gas. So also increasing the temperature of the combustion air up to a certain level, we are able to reduce the consumption and then to decrease the emission in the atmosphere. And of course, by adding the hydrogen to the natural gas, we have an increasing reduction of the emission of CO2. Just giving some hint about what is going to be the molar fraction distribution based on the different distribution of content of H2 up to the fuel with 100% hydrogen with no CO2. So what we are doing was we are studying even more the flame partner in order to be adapted to different furnaces that we have in operation, and we are willing to put in operation in the next future. And we see an opportunity in refurbishing of furnaces, and just to start with one of the zone in order to proceed the extension to further extend the installation of this burner to other zone of the furnace. So this is what we have concentrated our effort in the past few weeks, and we are still taking this opportunity to improve our knowledge. Of course, we will use also the knowledge not just to having just in the lab, but we already have some possibility of installing in our plants, and this will give us much better feeling, and also to our customer, the end user, of how this will benefit in the overall decarbonization. So I wouldn't like to take too much time about this subject, and I will be available with our team to get deeper in the transformation that we are giving to our furnaces. And for the time being, I really thank you for giving the Danieli Centro Combustion and the Danieli Group the opportunity to participate to this day with this seminar that is very interesting. And we are willing to show also to capability not only in Europe, where we have already some real cases, but also in India. Thanks to everybody, and thanks again for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Pere, for this nice presentation. Mr. Mukherjee is just out for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I have one question to you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Is the hydrogen, you have shown burners with methane, and methane plus hydrogen. Is the hydrogen generator part of your supply, or it is a plant supply?
Okay, now we have to separate. I mean, we, as Danieli, we have different product lines. Okay, we have the iron making, the steel making, we have the full liner for the steel plant. Of course, we as Danieli Centro Combustion, we are not one of the department or product line that is going to take care of the generation. We are going to get the benefits. Of course, we are going to contribute with the other product line in order to see which is the amount, at least, that we will need in order to get some. But this is part of the generation where the highest contribution to the CO2 is related to, of course. Okay. I mean, mainly, the CO2 contribution in the rolling mill is one part, but on the steel plant, is much higher. So, of course, we have some idea, because there is some idea on capturing the CO2 out of the furnace. So we are contributing as part of the big team of the big company. We are, in order to give the information, in order to put all the other product line in combination, in order to have the possibility to decrease the overall CO2. Okay. So we are looking at the full plant, and we are taking care of this part of the plant.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Of course, I mean, I can add that, our experience is not just coming today. I mean, we have used a coke oven around the world, or mixed gas around the world, and also in Italy, where we saw sometime also the concentration at the mixing station, where the hydrogen was above 55%. Okay, so it's not something that is completely new for us. Okay, it's something that is, I mean, we have modified our burners in order to make them suitable for the use of CH4, that is much more used in Europe, and the hydrogen.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and
thank you.
Wish you all the best
Good
for
one.
the future, especially in this
Thank you.
particular moment that worldwide we are living. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ankit,
thank you, Mr. Pere, for
who is the next speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pere, for a wonderful presentation. So now we will move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Bhagyadhar Bhoi. He is the Chief Scientist and HOD of Advanced Material Technology, CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, IMMT, Bhubaneswar. So over to you, Dr. Bhoi.
Thank you very much. Good evening to all. And I am really very happy, and I am lucky that, may I audible to all of you, please? Am I audible to all of you, please? And I am just sharing some of my slide to you. Is it visible to you? Production of green and clean steel.
Yes.
It's visible. And a sustainable technique. And this has been done in our CSIR IMMT Bhubaneswar. And very quickly I'll go. This I am not going because already people have already talked about, and we are in the world more than 1800 million tons in 2020, and China and India is the second one. I'm not going here. This one is very important for us, that blast furnace gas, is it visible to all of you, please? Advancing.
Yes, it is visible. Yes, Mr. Boy, it is visible.
Blast furnace gas is coming around 3.6 for production of 1 ton of hot metal, and in the blast furnace thing. Just to give an example to all of you, that let us go to the next one, because very quickly I have to go. This you already it has been discussed, so I am going to the next one. And why hydrogen? Because hydrogen, with increasing production of iron, as it has already been discussed, that by 2030, we are going to have 300 million tons of crude steel. So for that, increasing of production of iron, more increasing of carbon dioxide will be there. The only way out to get rid of it is to go for a green technology, and hydrogen has the potential to replace coal and coke for reducing iron, and water is the byproduct of it, and it is a renewable source and we can rely on it. And this is the reaction taking place with the hydrogen. I am not going in detail in this, but here it is a very important one, and you can see that for production of 112 ton of iron, we need carbon 36 ton, and we produce carbon monoxide 84 tons and 66 tons of carbon dioxide, whereas for the same amount of iron, hydrogen need only 6 tons. Therefore, it is very interesting. We can directly go, and this has already been discussed and even Dr. Mukesh Kumar has already told. And if you see here, at this point of time, hydrogen is a mild reductant, but hydrogen has got another property. If it can be by any way, can be hydrogen molecule can be dissociated to atomic hydrogen. So it is 3 times more reactive than the molecular hydrogen, and it is, if it is in the ionic state, it is 15 times more reactive. Then hydrogen then reduces all other oxide systems. And as Dr. Mukesh Kumar has already told you, because therefore we have to take this property of hydrogen and how we can excite hydrogen from molecular hydrogen to atomic hydrogen, from atomic hydrogen to ionic hydrogen. That is a concern, and we, taking this into account, we have, I think this slide is visible to all of you, please. Gas oxide surplus.
Yes.
And this is the happening. This oxygen is going, and iron is coming down and taking. So hydrogen is taking oxygen from this, and iron is getting at the bottom, and so we are getting a layer of iron at the bottom. Therefore, this is the fundamental work we are going to do it, and this is a one I wanted to say here, that more in different ways to go liquid metal, but in hydrogen plasma smelting reactions, we directly get metal. And here we have a handle with the different ways. We have first tried with our arc plasma, then we have gone for microwave hydrogen plasma, and then being after getting exciting result with the 2 gram scale here in fundamental one, then we have gone hydrogen plasma smelting reduction work, and this I will now tell you in details. And this is the one. This is the one. This is the one what we are going to discuss about is Arrhenius plot for the reduction of hematite by hydrogen without plasma, by hydrogen with plasma. This different energy level we can see here. And let me go to the next one. And there is a comparison between traditional and hydrogen plasma smelting reaction process. Traditional process, we have carbon dioxide emission. Here, no carbon dioxide emission. Number of unit process are involved here, more number of unit process. Here a single unit for production of steel. And 36 tons of carbon is required here for production of 112 tons. Here it is only 6 tons. Carbon dioxide is produced by byproduct gas. Here H2O vapor is produced as a byproduct. So here is no economic friendly technology. Here economic friendly technology is there. So iron ore fines cannot be used here, where we can use directly iron ore fines can be used. And that is why hydrogen plasma smelting reduction process we have. This is the exactly one we have done up to 1 kg scale in our laboratory, and being excited with the result, with all the parameters getting here from a 1 kg scale. We have tried with 10 kg scale in Tara International, Ahmedabad. Another, they were having these facilities. Up to 10 kg we have satisfied, and it has been successfully carried out. And then the proposal of 100 kg scale has already been submitted to Minister of Steel for funding. And this project cost is only 54 crores. And this, we have been waiting since long. It has taken almost years together, and almost 5 years to get it approved by Minister of Steel. Anyhow, we are still waiting. If this will be done, then all techno-economy feasibility can be studied. And this is the hydrogen plasma smelting reactor as it's shown here, and we can see here. And we can see here, this looks like this. This is the first time of its kind in our nation. We have produced the hydrogen plasma smelting reactor, where we have produced first time a crude steel, very clean and green steel we have produced in 1 kg scale. And then after this is the raw materials, very peculiar raw material containing silica 12.11%, even though we have got a very clean product out of it. If you can see iron ore fines we have taken, we have made a granules like this. Hydrogen plasma smelting was made in this setup, and metal we got slag. Slag also we did magnetic separation. Some of the magnetic fractions came, and all this chemical composition of the product, all the products we have seen, we found that iron is more than 97%, phosphorus is very low, and sulfur is low, carbon almost 0.002%. And this we have studied about effect of hydrogen chloride on metal recovery, and then this has been supported by the magnetic fraction, non-magnetic fraction, effect of time on different percentage of reduction, and we found the reduction is increasing. And this is a characterization study also we have made with XRD. This is supporting to this scale. This is a 200 gram scale we have done. But when we have done with a different scale, also we have studied it, and we found the reduction is increasing. And this metal also, we can see that metal we are getting 99.54% iron in 600 gram scale, 400 gram scale, 200 gram scale. And all this, again, we have done magnetic and non-magnetic supported by XRD results. And then let me come to the experimental in 1 kg scale. And when we have done 1 kg scale, we can see the product and how we have done it. Number of experiments we have carried out, and we have found our repeated value also we have got it more than 99% purity of iron we are getting. And then this is a typical experiment showing a metal and slag layers at 1 kg scale. You can see this is the metal layer and this is slag layer. This is also metal layer and slag layer at a different. I think it is visible to everybody, please.
Yes, it is visible. Yes.
Yeah. So when at a different hydrogen rate, I mean when hydrogen is 800 liters we have taken, and at a different times. Here also we have varied hydrogen flow rate, and we found this how the metal and slag. This is all together slag, and this slag portion is decreasing, and finally we are getting more and more metal. So let me go very quickly to 5 to 10 kg scale. When we have done all these parameters with Tara International, this is a furnace where we can have these furnaces here, and this also plasma furnaces, and we have started sending hydrogen through it, and we could able to pour it at a 10 kg scale, we could be able to pour it. And our minister has visited it, and we have shown. Dr. Harshavardhan was there with us. He is my director, Professor B.K. Mishra, and myself. And a product of 10 kg scale was shown to him, and he was quite happy in that. And we have also tried to do, this is not my result. This is the result we have taken from Professor Professor Shen. And Professor Shen, he is from University of Leoben and Austria. And he also came and saw our setup here, and he was quite happy. He has compared with the full integrated mill, and this is fin mill, and this is hydrogen plasma smelting reaction. If you see, there is a reduction in the energy, and we can go more than even 21% of. We have taken all personnel, capital cost, other supplies, engineer, energies today, and electric energy 40% higher they have taken, and materials, all they have taken into considerations. And we are finding that energy we are getting 21%. So it is a HPSR is a cheaper process. And they have also technology assessment for different processes they have done. They have done with integrated steel mill, and they have done with the fin mill, and the core one is your hydrogen plasma smelting reaction. And they found that it has a R&D risk more. If R&D risk is minimized, then it will be the cheaper process for out of all. They have taken price, vision, environment, duration of time, R&D risks, and infrastructures. And benefit of SPSAR process is reduction in energy consumption, reduction in specific raw material consumption, improvement in product quality and productivity, enables direct use of iron ore fines, reduction in emission and control of pollution, and utilization of waste by byproducts. That also can be utilized. So detailed project report also has been, we tried for that after getting it in for pilot scale study. And these are all flow diagram for manufacturing process. And this is the one which we were proposing to 100 kg scale to Minister of Steel. And if this can be done, then it will be easy for us to find the techno-economic feasibility of that. And if you look at the profitability study for production of 1 ton of steel, we found the profit per ton is 2,800 rupees. And based on the above calculation of profitability produced 1 ton of steel, it can be said that the green steel project is viable. And also sensitivity analysis of production of 1 ton of steel with a decrease by 5% in the sale. This has also been seen here. And with the rise of 5% in cost of raw material also, sensitivity analysis was made. And by sensitivity analysis, it can be shown that even with the decrease of sales by 5% or increase of cost of raw materials by 5%, profit is visible for production of 1 ton of green steel. So these are all our outcomes of research, publications, and outcomes of patents we have made. And I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity and for your patience hearing. Thank you very much to all of you for your patience hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Bhai. Yes. Excellent presentation. Subrata, yes, please go ahead.
No, actually, I was going to thank him. You have come, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Subrata. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bhai.
And already we have discussed regarding and I was at that Niti Aayog director. I was interesting to just ask him, but he has already given a solution to us that you have also discussed that all the industries should join hand together to go for a pilot scale study. Once it is made, then techno-economic feasibility of this technology, actually we are interested for that. And we are already led by 5 years. And by this time, many more countries, other countries, they will otherwise go ahead. Yeah, so many already gone. So I hope this is the right platform we can discuss with. And if we got a support from industry or Minister of Steel, we can go for 100 kg scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sure Dr. Mukesh Kumar will continue to push your pilot plant with the ministry funding. But as we all know, SRTMI also is suffering from lack of resources. Once the resources are there, it is easier. Dr. Firoz knows very well how the the funding process takes place, how funding from SDF was being done earlier, and what is the state of affairs today. So it is basically a challenge for all of us to ensure that project funding do not stop, to ensure that to fund these projects we have adequate resources in place. But anyway, Dr. Mukesh Kumar and the funding agencies connected with Steel Ministry funding, including funding from the SDF, will be looked at, and very soon you'll find a solution. So with that, I'll move on to our next speaker, which is Cristiano Castagnola, Senior Vice President, Iron Making and Polworth. Cristiano?
Yes.
The floor is yours, but before that, Cristiano, just a second. Ankit, can you check if Mr. Joachim von Schily is still there or?
No, I think he has left.
He has left? He's not there in the audience also?
No, he's there. Yeah, he's there in the attendees. I'll just promote him to the panel. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's been waiting for a long time. So just after Cristiano, Joachim, he's very angry with me. I think he has his gun ready to shoot me the next moment he gets a chance. So Cristiano, if you finish a bit fast, then Joachim will not shoot me. My life will be safe.
Hey.
So if you want
I
to
will save
my...
your life then. Okay.
Thank
you. Don't worry. I will never shoot you.
So please go ahead, Cristiano. And Joachim will follow you, followed by Dr. Firoz. Dr. Firoz will have a tough job to do because he has to do the summing up for whatever happened today. And Dr. Firoz is such an old friend, he will not shoot. So, Cristiano, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And I ask Ankit to share the slide, please.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I'm just opening it.
Yeah. Do you have the slides? Okay.
Please put in. Okay, so thanks for this opportunity of sharing the vision of Polworth in this decisive subject with such a prestigious audience. First of all, I would like to underline that Polworth is convinced that in the current Indian scenario, the most efficient use of hydrogen is not as a fuel, providing only thermal energy. Next, please. Rather, its utilization should be focused on its role as a chemical reagent in an iron ore reduction of the primary stage where hot metal is produced. This preference comes from the fact that the hydrogen gas in this stage replaces the most costly feed material, namely coke, while its use as a thermal fuel can replace only cheaper source of energy. My speech will address shortly two main subjects. At first, I will summarize how to efficiently generate green hydrogen, showing interesting combination with the steel industry. And then I will present some examples on the efficient use in integrated steel plants. Next, please. Then we now focus on the hydrogen generation. And let's address, next please. Let's address therefore what Polworth can propose in this field. Has become Polworth recently a major stakeholders of a German company named Sunfire, which is at the forefront of the green hydrogen production through electrolysis of water or steam using power. Electric power. The main reason at the basis of this choice have been clearly expressed in a recent declaration of the Research Service of the European Parliament, EPRS. The main takeaways of this document are summarized in the slides in front of you and have been also quoted in the beginning of this webinar by Dr. Sarah, I don't remember the name, but the keynote speech was exactly saying the same thing. So I will skip going the detail. And then next, please. So Paul Wurth invested in Sunfire just to boost the efficiency gains of hydrogen production with the aim of facilitating the industrialization of electrolysis and power to liquid technology for green fuel production. The presence of Paul Wurth and SMS Group as one of the leading players in the metals industry will speed up the efficient integration of this technology in steel production plant for production of green steel. Next, please. Let's have a quick look on the concept for producing green hydrogen through the technology available in Sunfire portfolio. It all starts with availability of green power and water, either in a liquid or as a steam. You can see also that also CO2 can be used as a feedstock for one of these technologies. In this case, the product will not be green hydrogen, but green syngas, a mixture of CO and hydrogen. This is an important asset in the steel industry for the production of green steel because of its reduction potential of iron ore and green fuels production in the transportation industry. The Sunfire portfolio covers two main technology, SOEC, solid oxide electrolysis, which use steam as an hydrogen source, and the more traditional alkaline electrolysis, which is fed with liquid water. Next, please. Here we can see the main feature of the two technology. The outstanding features of SOEC are its efficiency, which is the highest today amongst all available technologies for electrolysis, and the use of steam and CO2 as possible input material. And we know how these materials are abundant in today's steel industry. Other alkaline electrolyzers provide a proven solution for generation of high pressure hydrogen of large size. Installed power today are operating at 100 megawatt scale. Next, please. To understand the importance of the scale factor for H2 generation needed to replace coal in the steel industry, I show here a typical footprint of a plant sized to generate a quantity of hydrogen corresponding to the full replacement of carbon sources to produce approximately 600,000 tons per year of green steel. The area occupancy for this case, adopting both technologies, SOEC and alkali, will be the sum of the two areas shown in the slide. Next, please. Now we focus on how green hydrogen can be efficiently used in steel production. Next, please. Here we show the mapping of the technology which SMS Group and its partners can propose to assist their customers in their roadmap towards integrated steel making, starting from the top-down left of today's status quo to the top right hand, where the full replacement of blast furnace is envisaged to remove completely carbon as a reductant and consequently nullify CO2 emissions. As you can see, different steps are available to have stepwise reduction of CO2 emissions. The two cornerstones of this transition are the enhanced blast furnace, for which Paul Wurth is a leading technology supplier, and the gas-based direct reduction, for which Paul Wurth is a licensee of Midrex. Next, please. The technologies highlighted in green are the ones on which green, next please, are the ones on which green hydrogen can be efficiently applied as described in the following slides. Next please. Here we see the possible use of hydrogen in blast furnaces. You can see that since blast furnaces at the end is a coal gasifier, the enhanced use of gases are quite well suited for this reactor. And you see on the left that green hydrogen can be used both at 2-year level and at shaft level after its preheating to 900 degrees. The benefit of the combined application of these gases are clearly explained on the right-hand side of the slide, where we can see that we can reach in blast furnaces with these technologies, which Paul Wurth can offer, a reduction of CO2 footprint of approximately 58%. The possibility of using carbon capture and storage to the blast furnace gas generated will be facilitated since the concentration of CO2 in the gas will be higher and less nitrogen will be there. There will be an increased productivity of the same blast furnaces and obviously an OPEX impact depending on the cost of the used gas. Today, to have an OPEX-friendly application of hydrogen to blast furnaces with this technology, the cost of hydrogen should be around €1 per kg, which is not always available. Next slide, please. Then here we focus on the other possible application of hydrogen to produce steel, and is through the DRI route, which is then fed to downstream melting units. In this field, Paul Wurth can claim recent significant references where, since we have recently started up together with Midrex the two biggest plants in the world in Algeria, Tosiali and AQS. Both plants are in operation now, and the Tosiali plant, the one on the left, has produced for the highest amount of DRI from a single reactor in the world. These both plants are today fed with natural gas. Next slide, please. Here we see a possible application in a very efficient way of the hydrogen generation in existing integrated plants, like the ones operating nowadays in India. As you can see, this route envisages the production of hot metal in a submerged arc furnace called SAF in the slide, through the availability of hydrogen and relatively small amount of carbon, which can be fed also in the form of biomass to the SAF. The hydrogen is used in a Midrex reactor, and which can be fed by green hydrogen, which is entirely generated from the normally available steam and from the steam that can be produced through the heat recovery internal to the process itself. This thanks to the adoption of the Sunfire SOEC cell. In this case, the basic oxygen furnaces already available in the integrated steel plant can be suitably reused to refine the hot metal as per today's practice. Next slide, please. In case of new iron making plants, the most effective options with the possibility of producing steel with no CO2 footprint is the one shown in this slide. It envisages the integration of a gas-based direct reduction plant with solid oxide electrolysis cell fed by the steam produced in the steel plant itself, and with the one generated from internal heat recovery. The hot DRI produces then fed into an electrical furnace, which will melt it to bring it to the liquid green steel. In spite, this can seem a futuristic solution, which can be available only on the long term. We can confirm that already today, SMS Group is in serious talks with customers from Europe and North America wanting to apply this solution in areas where the green power is already available at competitive costs. We have not to forget that the green steel will become soon a label which will have a higher value in the market, because for which, let's say, of our customers, so car makers, for instance, will be ready to pay more to be able to sell green labeled manufactured items like green cars or similar. And for this reason, we have not only to reason in terms of cost competitiveness of this solution, but also in terms of value generation in the market of this solution. Since, especially in Europe today, there are many customers, many normal people able to pay a little more, for instance, a product if there is a green label on it. This is a very important consideration which will come, I think, in the midterm also in India. Next slide, please. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope to have been able to explain why Paul Wurth and SMS Group with Midrex and Sunfire can be a leading partner in the transition of the steel industry towards the production of green steel. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I will be glad to answer any question you may have.
Thank you, Cristiano. Thank you for a very informative presentation. And you are there in our webinar for the, I think, second or third time. Earlier you were there. So everyone knows what what Paul Wurth is capable of delivering. And you are based in Genoa, or you're based in?
Yes, I'm based in Genova, same town of Mr. Poyere. So we have to meet also physically sooner or later, not only through webinars.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. But the situation of COVID is also not very good in Italy. So let's also pray that we recover sooner than because in India it is getting worse. In India also we are suffering. So hopefully this does not get any bad and some effort is taken toward. Well, Joachim, you did a lot of work. You promoted the entire event on your social media platforms, including LinkedIn, and I'm really grateful to you.
Really my pleasure, my friend, and it's a particular pleasure to be here. Being a person who lived 4 years of my life in Calcutta, so it's
yes, I know.
Special,
And you came for our 2 conferences in Vizag.
Yeah, Vizag we met for sure. Yes.
Yeah, Vizag, you came for our conferences, and the Indian, I would say, the steel industry and also the gas industry much better than all of us who are here right now. So you will have to do justice to the subject. It's all yours, Joachim.
Thank you. Let's see if I can share my screen here, if I get everything working as it should. So let me see this one. Can you? Is visible? My screen is visible?
Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Let's go and talk about use of hydrogen and also about decarbonization then. And as you know, I'm working for Linde, and Linde has been into hydrogen for many decades, many decades. And we're producing hydrogen. We have more than, say, 250 different type of plants across the world. So we do a lot of work with that for a very long time. We have a business in hydrogen that is exceeding 2 billion euro. and we do distribution, storage, and of course a lot of use of it. And we are investing ourselves a lot into becoming an even greener company and working on new solutions for decarbonization. We are committed to spend at least 1/3 of our R&D into this. Now, looking at the steel industry and hydrogen, of course, there's a lot of talks about it. The steel industry is a big emitter, but it's a problem when we go to hydrogen, because hydrogen is too expensive today, I would say. And many previous speakers have addressed this, but if we look at the diagram down in the bottom right, and we can then see that we would, and this has been touched upon before, that we need to come to a situation where the cost of hydrogen is somewhere like $1 per kg to make it viable from that perspective. Or alternative, as we think will happen in Europe, is that if we are at $2 per kg, and the cost of CO2 emissions is at 100 per ton, then the equation will also be there. But prior to reaching this point, it will not be economically viable. It might be other pressures, of course, on it. And what we see many plants looking at is, of course, using the hydrogen for DRI production and putting the DRI into the electric arc furnace, as have been addressed. But I'd like to take a look at what can we do across the production chain and what can we do today. And I've here circled some different process steps where hydrogen can be used either as a reductant or as a fuel. And that goes, of course, into the DRI and the blast furnaces, but also in the electric arc furnace, in ladle preheating, and in the reheat furnaces in the rolling mill. I made a quick list of some ideas about how you can do decarbonization in general, and it's not only about hydrogen. It's about how you can change your combustion systems, how you can increase your energy efficiency, how you can do top gas recycling of the blast furnace, how you can do stove oxygen enrichment, and have different type of injectants into the blast furnace. And of course, many companies like in China are looking how they can put more scrap into the BOF. We are working with ladle preheating, reducing the fuel consumption by 50% there and so on. So I will go into some details here, but there is a kind of, here is a menu that you can choose from, some different things, and not all of them necessarily have to do with putting hydrogen in, because hydrogen is not there yet, really. The biggest PEM electrolyzer in the world we are building ourselves in Germany. It is 24 megawatts, right? I mean, we need hundreds of megawatts for this. So it will take some time with different type of technologies, many different providers, of course, many solutions. But what can we do today? Let's look at that a little bit more. In the blast furnaces, I mentioned the stove oxygen enrichment, which is a very, very good way to reduce the carbon footprint. And if we take that further, could be to do what we call flue gas recirculation, where instead of the traditional way of operating the hot stoves, we would use staged oxy-fuel combustion or flameless oxy-fuel combustion. And by doing that, we can actually have a very good impact on the CO2 emissions. And we have examples we looked at where it can go from 1.8 to 1.2 tons of CO2 emissions by doing this kind of thing. Another is related to, and the blast furnace is about the injectants. Of course, we can inject hydrogen or a combination of natural gas and hydrogen into the tubers, but we can also look at gasification and or using coke oven gas. A problem though is that we have tars and other more difficult things there. So we have worked with the partial oxidation technology called hot oxygen technology, which facilitates this, and it's a modularized thing. So by doing so, we can create a syngas that is free from the heavy and difficult stuff, And that syngas can then be used in the blast furnace tours. That type of syngas can also, of course, be used for DRI production. So this is quite a nice concept, and you can use biomass, you can use plastics or whatever waste here also. So I think this is quite something that is doable right now. Then jumping to the electric arc furnace, we as Praxair then introduced the cojet technology 25 years ago. So we have anniversary this year. And this has, of course, revolutionized the electric steelmaking by the ability to close the doors and put the injection points around the furnace. What we worked with lately has dealt with hydrogen. So we have used all different type of fuels in the past, but now we can operate this with hydrogen as well. And it's quite interesting that comparing hydrogen as a fuel here in this chemical package, as we call it, with natural gas, LPG, coke oven gas, oil, and so on, hydrogen is by far the best for the coherent jet type of technology, as it provides the longest jet, the best penetration, the least of splashing, and all these negative things that we want to avoid. So not only are we saving CO2 emissions, but we have a better operation, including lower maintenance as well. And we have this ready now, and we'll install it in some electric arc furnaces. Another area relates to heating and reheating, and we have worked now for almost 20 years with flameless oxy-fuel instead of the conventional oxy-fuel for the heating. And that provides a flame cloud with a uniform temperature that is between 1200 and 1400 Celsius, which is very good for heating and reheating. And we made our first installation in 2003 at Autocompo at the time. This technology we have applied in ladle preheating. We have done more than 100 installations of this in ladle preheating, and we have very good results where they have reduced the fossil fuel consumption by 50%, which is great. And now we are ready to take the next step, and this technology is now with hydrogen, so we can take the second step, first going down 50% of CO2 emissions, and then take the next step into zero CO2 emissions. And I would like to address, there was the question earlier about reheat furnaces. We have made flameless oxy-fuel installations of different kinds in more than 180 reheat furnaces across the world, from small batch to big walking beam furnaces, like here in the picture you see 300 ton per hour walking beam at Magang in China. So here is a very interesting area, and we have reached fuel savings, CO2 emission savings by 50% here sometimes as well. And here is the opportunity again to take the next step from 50% less CO2 to 100% less CO2. And of course, this has to be done without any negative trade-off when it comes to temperature uniformity or scale losses and NOx emissions. So the first thing we looked into is, could we transfer from using natural gas or LPG so into hydrogen? We did this on lab scale. We found that there was no difference when it comes to the performance of the combustion. And I put the picture here from an installation at ArcelorMittal to the left, and a picture from one of our technology centers where we tried this out, and we could see no negative impact there. And then the next was of course to test this on real reheating on the material, which was first done in lab scale with a number of steel plants, and we could see that there were no negative results when it comes to hydrogen pickup, decarbonization, scale losses, etc. So then a year ago we moved with this into full scale testing at the steel plant of Ovako in Sweden, and in their pit furnace, and they already equipped with flameless oxy-fuel. So we used the same material in different pit furnaces, and one of them was converted into operation with 100% hydrogen as a fuel. And what's interesting here is that this is actually what we got out was 100% fossil fuel steel, because this is an electric arc furnace that is operating with all green power as well. And we use green power for, of course, for both the oxygen and for the hydrogen here. And the results were very nice. We couldn't see any kind of negative impact, and this is not what I'm saying. This is what Ovako themselves and the CTO of Ovako says, that they found it very, very easy and flexible to use the hydrogen as a fuel. They didn't see any negative impact on the quality and so on. And they are making ball bearing steel grades and other engineering steel grades. So we could see that it works perfectly fine, and we are proceeding with this type of projects as well. So in summary, I would like to say that there are a number of processes, not only in reduction processes in the steel mills, where hydrogen can be used. However, many of them that related to combustion, probably the first step is to use some kind of oxy-fuel, flameless oxy-fuel combustion to first minimize the use of the fossil fuel, which can be done today without any kind of problem. And that equipment can then be turned into using hydrogen. Then it's be even less CO2 emissions, and the need for hydrogen will of course be much, much less. So we see that the technologies are available today. And I would say that the technologies are ahead of the hydrogen supply, so to speak. So the limitation here is not so much when it comes to many of the processes. It's not the technologies to do, for example, combustion with hydrogen. That is there. But how can we get hydrogen there at a cost that is acceptable? And a large part of that also relates to the cost of electricity, or however we are organizing the supply into that. So this was what I wanted to cover here this evening. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Joachim. Thank you so much. Again, once again, you touched upon the very important issue, which is bothering everyone, is the cost of producing hydrogen. And electrolysis seems to be an expensive way out. So especially when electricity in countries like India is not very cheap. Also, in various countries where electricity is not so affordable, we do not see it as a cost-effective way of producing hydrogen. So I'm sure it is players like Linde who will have to do a lot of R&D work to find out solutions where it will become more and more affordable for day-to-day use in our plants.
Yes, definitely we do, and one track, and we are invested into electrolysis, PEM, and we know that is becoming more efficient and cheaper. But there are also other alternatives, and we are open to that. But still, it is difficult to justify it fully. And if we should scale up, as mentioned by many other speakers as well, if we should scale up to what we really, really need, this is a journey. This
exactly.
So that's why I come back to saying, what can we do today to achieve decarbonization? How can we reduce the CO2 emissions today by 20-30% or so? Because we need to do something today, and we cannot wait for this hydrogen to be available.
Exactly.
That will be a decade or so away, Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I think you heard the member of our NITI Aayog, which was earlier known as Planning Commission. So he, Dr. Saraswat, he belongs to the think tank which sits with the Prime Minister to formulate the policies and all that. So he came out with various suggestions, and he also pointed out, wherever we have a bottleneck, we need to find out ways and solutions. But to sum up all these, we have Dr. Firoz, who is, still not as angry as you were to come and shoot me. But, I had to just shift him one position. But he's a good friend of more than 25 years. So I'm sure he will excuse me. But he has a more, I would say, wide responsibility now to cover the entire half a day's proceedings, whatever we have gone through, and put in his thoughts. Because he is a climate change analyst and a someone who's been studying the climate change, and he has worked with the Ministry of Steel for almost his entire life. And so he will have a lot of ground to cover. So over to you, Dr. Firoz. You can take double the time that is allotted to every speaker. So you can do justice to the subject. Dr. Firoz.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Nirmal. It's pretty late in the evening, and I was wondering whether I should sum up or speak something, or finally propose a vote of thanks, because almost at the end of the day. Now, what I was thinking is that we had a long day that actually covered with about 10, 15 panelists maybe. I mean, the whole range of technological and techno-economical space related to hydrogen introduction in the steel industry has been discussed. Now, I think there was no great difference of opinion, and different technological options have been opened up. And my issue that we are working at, thinking about, is that hydrogen is not necessarily, and what it has emerged also through the discussion, is not the most efficient nor is the most desirable or most viable option for creating a net zero carbon system in the steel industry. It can work as a part of a system that will reduce the carbon, support the decarbonization process in the steel industry or in the other industry till 2050 or 2060, whatever you were talking about. As a part of the overall process, it can support it well, but it's certainly not the most efficient one. And this can be used selectively in select areas. And now coming to some of the, I don't want to speak for a long time, but what we were worried about at the time we were discussing hydrogen was its cost and technology options, and the kind of research that is going on and the kind of feedback that we are receiving from the world is that by 2030 we'll have a large number of technology options for hydrogen for the industrial space, and which will be cost competitive as well. Now, one major question that comes is, what is the scale of hydrogen that will be, at what level of scale, at what scale the hydrogen production will be cost competitive? Now, if that also, the point is related also to what kind of demand would emanate from the user segment. Let me say steel is a major segment where we are discussing today. How much of demand can it generate for the hydrogen industry to sustain itself on a longer term basis? That is the first question that we are trying to look at, which perhaps by 2030 onward, by 2050, there will be enough options, and the space will grow to that extent to provide economical solutions to hydrogen, and the situation will change. But hydrogen is not the panacea for all entire energy system. So it has to be selectively used again, and it has to go through a lot of R&D, which is happening at this moment. And then the private sector, which ultimately R&D is not one that every individual company can actually do it. There is to be involvement of large-scale involvement of government, both with their institutional support as well as funding. Then you have to develop demonstration plans and you have to demonstrate commercialization in various sectors. It's just not steel sector that is on the path, unless we actually manage to develop develop models and show the commercial viability of hydrogen in large number of sectors. We will not make much of a big headway. That we'll have to see. Then comes, of course, the infrastructure and incentives. What kind of infrastructure to not only just production of hydrogen, to store hydrogen, transport hydrogen, everything will have to be seen. Those kind of infrastructure will have to be developed, and even compression and all that, So that one, unless we come to the point that we are actually working with the hydrogen system, then all those things will have to be taken care of. And then only we'll come to the real cost of hydrogen in the large macroeconomic sense. Because talking about hydrogen in only one plant is not good enough. Neither from the demand side nor supply side, it will be nothing. It doesn't show much. So optimization of hydrogen and its deployment should come from the large areas, and there has to be international partnership in technology development. It's just that there has to be global partnership, and most importantly, there has to be global funding. Now, I saw through heard through the discussion that people are talking about funding constraints. Let me come to throw some light on the funding part of it. Now, as far as the government of India is concerned, it says for decarbonization, it will spend $2.5 trillion. It will have to spend $2.5 trillion by 2030. It's a huge amount of money that one is talking about to decarbonize the sector. It has to, of course, a large part of it will be taken care of, accounted for by the energy sector, which is already happening in a big way. Then energy user industries across, yes, that will also have to happen. And most importantly, out of this, as a big chunk is for R&D. Now, this only when there are concrete solutions, concrete proposals coming up, the government itself will not be able to fund anything. I mean, you can't just go with some loose ideas and seek government funding. Second is that large global climate funds will actually can be very used in a very big way for R&D purposes, which is available also. And a lot of countries, a number of countries, even in India, people are using that, but it has to be used in a bigger, at a larger level. Beyond 2030, there would be at least another $2.5 trillion will be spent on transformation. At least $2.5 trillion transformation of the economic system, industrial system. It is so. What I'm trying to point out that this, whether it is hydrogen or carbon sequestration or any other processes, whether it's a problem of water, general environment management, whatever, there is going to be a large, big transformation where much of the research and development funds that is required will be really peanuts. So one will have to not only use the global funds, but domestically also a lot of funds will be available. And the other thing is that this whole problem that has come up, steel industry, which contributes, say, about 7 to 8% of the total emission. It's a tricky sector, complex sector, because it also, every ton of crude steel, I believe, it emits about 1.82, some say 1.85, some say even 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide. Let me say that it is about 1.8 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel, and say that means supposing hydrogen to be viable in the steel industry, that it not only that its cost will have to come down, it has to be supported by carbon price. That means if I have one steel, say if a steel costs $300, then I will have to have how much it is? No, 1.82 $8. I mean, how much of carbon will be there? Today's prices say carbon price would be less than $10. So roughly $180 will per ton of crude steel will be accounted for, will have to be added to as a carbon price. Now it can be going up also as the European Union at the moment in the carbon system, carbon trading system. I think they are 30 to 35 euros has been taken as a carbon price, and that Germany has already announced that it is going to be about 60 to 65 by 2026. So you will have a large chunk of money coming into the system, steel industry, if this industry runs with carbon or basically carbon emitting system, and then actually take advantage of this fund, this money. Steel prices will go up, but this money will actually also come from those who are inefficient, and ultimately they will have to, so they will make, they'll contribute from the whole system. So this is where that exact problem is. So we have to actually work with a system where I mean, this entire hydrogen's use of hydrogen in the steel industry will have to come along with the entire climate change mitigation actions. Then only the funding can be actually done, and much of the R&D problems can be sorted out. That's what I think. To wind up, I thank Nirmala for inviting me to share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Well, with that, we all come to almost the end of the webinar, and there is only Mr. Subrato Mitra who will be concluding with his concluding remarks, and then I request Ankit to propose a vote of thanks. Thank you, Dr. Phillips, for covering almost all the aspects of today's very pertinent issue quite well.
Actually, thank you, Nirmala. Actually, after Dr. Firoz's sum up, I really don't need to, because he gave a value-added summary of the whole thing. But we have today 11 panelists, starting with Dr. Saraswat. He gave a very good elaborate talk on what are the actions being planned at government level, and gave a very beautiful cost analysis also, where the electricity cost plays a big role, and what are the solar hydrogen costs with respect to solar and other factors affecting. In summary, what he said, power supply is an issue. Power supply and increase in electricity to match with the equivalent steel production, and coal-based hydrogen has to stay. So a lot of questions were discussed at that time from Mr. Sharma, Dr. Noel, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Mukesh Kumar, and Mr. Kiel. After Dr. Saraswat, Mr. V.R. Sharma gave, as usual, he speaks in great details. JSPL is working on coal to syngas to hydrogen. Now working with the Japanese technologist company. Hydrogen is planning to be raised to 25 bar pressure, then reduce the pressure, and hydrogen to be used in DRI and blast furnace. The trials are underway, and very soon the effects will be seen in actual blast furnace or DR plant. So his elaborate presentation was on various cost analysis of hydrogen preparation, and he gave a strong view that coal-based energy has to stay in India. We cannot go without coal. Then came Dr. Nawal, who gave JSW's planning for going to 27 million ton. Solar, he gave a suggestion of solar hydrogen preparation, agro-based hydrogen, and coal-based hydrogen. Talked on production of hydrogen. Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya of Tata Steel R&D presented his presentation. He elaborated on the use of hydrogen. What he indicated is 33 gigaton of CO2 is emitted right now. So the share of steel for CO2 emission is 7% CO2 emission in the atmosphere from steel industry. 700 million ton of CO2 is annually emitted by the steel industry. 1 ton of steel, as we all know, releases actual figure. The world benchmark should be 1.8, but here in India we have 2.5 is an average production of CO2 per ton of crude steel. Now, he talked about carbon sequestration, means carbon capture, is available, various methods are available. Now, challenges in hydrogen production. Hydrogen cannot totally replace coal in blast furnace. So the amount of hydrogen carbon that can be replaced is not the total amount that he also elaborated in his talk. Talked about natural gas injection in blast furnace. And Dr. Keynote Chattopadhyay presented the picture in Canada. Canada is blessed with actually all the low population and high energy electricity production from water, hydel power, nuclear, and green energy, green hydrogen production can easily be done in Canada. Their focus is use of hydrogen out of non-fossil fuel to generate electricity. Talked about the project LESS, less for hydrogen use. Then the speaker, Dr. Mukesh Kumar of SRTMI, spoke on engine for carbon neutrality. Why we need hydrogen? He elaborated. Hydrogen transition will take time, yes. Talked on economic viability and the equivalent energy. We talked 1 ton of steel using coal versus 1 ton of steel using hydrogen for iron making. Talked on global initiatives, need for global initiatives that can be taken. Dr. Soman Shah of Calgary spoke on hydrogen, the effect of hydrogen for the refractory industry, where it is understood that for use in hydrogen, elaborate use in hydrogen for refractory industries, there need to be some design changes because the hydrogen corrosion takes place. Design of refractories need to be reviewed for using hydrogen. Calgary is equipped with handling gas-based DR production, and they are working on the effect of hydrogen for refractory. Dr. Pere of Panelist Central Combustion presented the hydrogen used in reheating furnaces. They're working on their product is one of the product is hydrogen multi-fuel burner, which is a mix of methane and hydrogen to reduce CO2. Dr. Bhagwadar Bhoi from IIT, Dr. Bhagwadar Bhoi from IIT Bhubaneswar presented hydrogen plasma smelting. Hydrogen reaction was discussed elaborately, molecular hydrogen versus atomic hydrogen, and reduction of ore with hydrogen and without hydrogen. So what he indicated was 36 tons of carbon is required for iron, for a big datum of iron production, whereas only 6 tons of hydrogen is required for equivalent iron production. Cristiano Castiglione from Hollywood spoke about hydrogen generation. Hydrogen pricing in Europe was told as 3.6 to 5 euro per kg of hydrogen. Electrolyzers, green syngas. He elaborated on use of green syngas for production of hydrogen to start with. Joachim von Schelle of Linde spoke about use of hydrogen for decarbonization in various fields like reheating furnaces, stove oxygen enrichment, flue gas recirculation. So some amount of 1.2 to 1.8 tons of CO2 can be saved with these initiatives. BF2L injection, we talked about flameless oxy-fuel preheating. Then Dr. Firoz, climate change analyst, gave an elaborate strategy on use of hydrogen, its economics, and what need to be done. And only government cannot do everything, and that has to be shared between the steel makers, be it private or government. That was in short what happened today in the this webinar.
Thank you so much, Subhatada, for once again elaborately covering all the presentations of today. And now I request my son Ankit to propose a vote of thanks to conclude the session. And I would like to invite anyone, if anyone is interested, put in a final remark. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, a final remark for you before we have the vote of thanks.
No, I think whatever presentation have been made, lot of critical aspects of use of hydrogen has been elaborated, and I think these information will be useful for the industry, not only for Indian industry, but other industry also, to take a holistic view about the use of hydrogen. No doubt it is a long journey. Even International Energy is saying that by 2050 there is a route. Still 22 years, 30 years are there. But during this journey, I think a lot of other alternatives also may be developed, and then people have to balance thing whether to go for hydrogen or this thing. But if renewable power is available at a cheaper cost, I think lot of other solutions like molten oxide electrolysis, like DC plasma arc furnace and other things also may be having merits against the hydrogen. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Joachim, your views?
I think it's important to understand it is a journey, first of all, you know, and that, as just mentioned, there will be a lot of solutions coming up on the way. But again, let's take a look at what we can do today also, because there are things available that we can do today to reduce the CO2 footprint. So let's start with that. And in parallel, we will develop hydrogen technologies and other things. So it's two things moving at the same time, hopefully. This has been a very, very nice conference and webinar where a lot of aspects have been covered. And I can only congratulate you as organizing this so very, very nicely and putting so many great views and comments and presentations together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joachim. Are you still in Germany or are you back in China?
No, I'm in Germany. I haven't been to China for a year now. So
which city are you in right now?
I'm in Munich. Most welcome to Munich.
Unfortunately, we did not have the Oktoberfest last year.
No.
So hopefully this year we'll have the Oktoberfest.
Yes, okay, sure. Otherwise, we have to organize it ourselves, right?
Yes. As you know, my son also lives in Germany. And Ankit, you can just say hello in German to Joachim.
That hello in German is hello, so it's not different.
a few words.
Herr Joachim, ich wünsche Ihnen eine verspätete Ostente, as you call it, I guess.
Dankeschön. Ich auch. Ja. Okay, good.
Okay, so he lives in Magdeburg.
Okay.
Which is closer to Berlin.
I know.
And at the moment I'm in India, but I'm here only for a couple of weeks, and I'm flying back next week.
Yeah, 12th he will be back in Germany.
Okay, good.
So
good to have good that you are there.
Yeah, he came back to his family after 2 years. So we get some time to spend with him for 2 weeks, and he's back on 12th. So Ankit, it's over to you for your vote of thanks.
Yeah, so I would just like to wrap up today's discussion with a few quick closing remarks. So today we had the opportunity to discuss some interesting topics like as Dr. Saraswat first discussed, like actions planned at the government level for green steel production, the cost aspects of hydrogen as an alternate fuel, and the problems of high electricity usage for hydrogen production. We also discussed about the future prospects of hydrogen as a fuel, the feasibility of using it, be it in primary steelmaking route or secondary steelmaking route. And we also talked about alternative approaches like carbon capture methods and how much of carbon can actually be replaced in steelmaking processes. We talked about the importance of green energy, green hydrogen production, and how long it would take for hydrogen fuel to become mainstream and cost effective. So overall, a lot of important topics were discussed, innovative ideas were shared, and I would like to thank all the panelists for being here today and to make the session such a vibrant one. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to our gold sponsor, Keynote and Associates, and our steel sponsor, Calderis. Special thanks to Hydrogen Association of India for supporting us in this event. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the organizing committee led by Mr. Shubrata Mitra, not just for today's webinar, but for all the past 22 webinars that we have organized over the last year, and to everyone from the Steel and Metallurgy team for making this event possible. Thank you all. And with that, I would like to conclude today's meeting.
Thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Nirmalo. We're signing out.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Thank you, Joachim. Thanks,
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar.